Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Thank you, Abyss. Appreciate that. Beautiful. All right. So, how's everybody's day going? We have. Let me see. Everybody, just to make sure, how's the stream sound? Is it all right? Especially with. Oh, Nico, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Yeah. Tomorrow. Next video comes out tomorrow. The only reason why I didn't put a thing out for it is because I haven't come up with a good thumbnail. So this will be one just so most people will know it is definitely going to be released tomorrow night, and probably like around normal time, 9 or 10, something like that. All right, that's good to hear. So we are back. We're back to doing our second character here, and I will tell you something. Amongst all the little things that I got going on, I got to, just playing this character just a little bit because I was, I didn't want to have to do every little node on every planet. So kind of went through and let's see, what did I do? Pretty much cleared out Venus. Okay, but one of the things that I remember last stream that we were kind of talking about with making a second character is that, like, the grind is, it's a big wall, if you will, because if you've played it once, you know how crazy the grind was. But what I'm learning is, with every little thing I'm doing, it is not the same game. I would say if you haven't created a character within the last three years or so, the game has changed so much in how you get things and how you like how easily you're able to acquire certain things. No 3-hour DVR today. But this game is actually really fun as a new player. Now, I understand, I know what to do and what I'm supposed to be doing. But I think that even makes for the argument more so to go back and make your second character, because at the end of the day, like, I'm having a blast. I don't think the wall's anything like as bad as it was. I don't know. I really do feel like there is a... I don't know. I've said it a bunch of times. I feel like everybody can have their own opinion on the matter. But to me, at least, I can't trust the man in the wall. I just don't do it. I just don't do it, I just don't do it. Oh, the AX52 for new player too. I didn't think about that, yeah. If you got it through like the beginning thing. Oh, a grind wall. My fault. Oh my god, yeah, that's I thought you meant to man the wall.
There is a large platoon
In
of
this
Green
game, we
Marines
really do
stationed
have
here.
to make
Leave no
a
one standing.
distinction, if you will, you know. But yeah, it's like it's easier to get. There's not a part of the game that resembles what I played, and I mean we're talking about a bunch of different things. We're talking about getting resources, talking about kind of just like the ease of the game too. That's what I noticed. Like I would akin the beginning, like playing like this, very much to the what do you call it? The Hex Quest, in that it was like really stripped down. If you see me doing crazy movements and stuff on screen there, just know that it's usually the time I'm looking at the chat, because I do have to peer off screen to look at it. So, henceforth, any erratic behavior, I will blame on that. Well, that's a good point. If Rel didn't trust him, you know, he seems like a pretty alright person. Smart too. That's the one thing I don't think I think is lost in the Chains of Hero quest, is that Rel is exceptionally intelligent. I think that's what they're
Stay focused.
attempting
There's a
to
heavy unit
convey.
approaching.
So oh, and I do apologize for starting stream a bit later, but I wanted to get some of that sweet Nightwave rep. See, like that's something right there that you wouldn't do as a new player, but as a second character, you'll go through all this stuff in these first couple missions, and you know, if you're fastidious, by the time you need to actually craft anything for any of the quests, you're done. You're good. I mean, autistic coded or not, to be able to understand things, in my opinion, I consider that intelligence any way you look at it. If you're smart, you're smart. How you come to it is like that's actually probably the one thing that impresses me the most, is when people are like overly intelligent, even if it's on a single subject. I find that like incredibly fascinating. Oh, and like here's the other good thing. So we're being veterans of the game. Like a lot of players wouldn't even know what the heck that thing was. But you know, being veterans of the game too, you kind of know what you have to do and don't have to do, if you will. What weapons you need to use to like level them up a
Stay
little
focused. There's a
faster.
heavy unit approaching. Marines inbound.
Hey, Cap Gamer, how are you? Oh, I was gonna say, if you do play another second character, you probably want to go with Volt. And the only reason why is, I mean, as a returning player, you know you're going to be getting more frames anyhow. So you know you're not locked to the starting point. And Volt speed allows you to go through missions so much faster in like the early game when you don't have access to certain things. I feel like it's the way to go. Yeah, that's what you got to do. It's time. Time to do the weeklies. Good to see everybody. Zerk, how are you? Hawks, hello. Wonderful to see everybody joining. Okay, well, I mean, again, if you have an issue with it, like in that regard, yeah, I wouldn't do it. But if you already kind of know the Volt Warframe from playing your first time around, and you understand how his movement is, it just makes a lot of the going for different things. I'll give you an example of one. This is what happened the other day. I was in a sabotage mission, and it was one of the ones that you had to get the three caches. You have to find the 3 caches, and 2 of the caches were after the sabotage part. Now you only have 5 minutes to do the sabotage. And I don't think with any other frame, at least any starting frame, I could have gotten both of those caches. Oh, you know what else? I mean, you get XP for that? Why not? Fine. Actually, because you can use this 3 to block. You can, obviously, this 1 is useful in a lot of situations, especially early game. And then if you have a half-decent weapon, you can just sit behind your shield. I mean, again, too, what I would say is that if you're playing a second character, you probably know how to deal with the junctions.
Another job well executed.
Around 500 Veneer. Hey, thank you for joining the scholars. Appreciate that. And it's good to see you. We're going to be the stream for the people that maybe don't care as much about the Super Bowl. I don't care. I've seen so many of them. I can't even tell you. So at this rate, it's like I don't care. None of the teams that I like are in the Super Bowl. You know what? Let's go get this Kubro egg and get rid of this real quick, because I could actually use that for mastery rank. Gemma, hello. Oh, what are membership perks? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. You get all of your. So we do 1 membership stream a week, and that's we get to play together. That's just for us. The custom emojis or whatever those things are, the custom icons that you have, all of your comments get answered, no matter like if they're on an older video or something, like, because I see them right away. So if you're interested in that, if you want to get my take on things, you kind of have access to me. A lot of people connect to me through Discord and stuff. There you go. Grind the elevator. Did that answer your question? PS5. So how was it for anybody that had to deal with the PS5 thing? First to die. Thank you. Good night. I think Burrow's gone now. Oh, is it still there, really? That's awesome. Of course, this character is, I don't think has any relics or any prime parts yet. Yeah, I mean, I just sounded terrible with the whole PlayStation thing. I would have been so pissed. Oh, well, there's, see? I guess there's a silver lining and everything. You can get some other things done. Potentially something you didn't think you were going to get done. Still a shame, though. So, Jamie, I used to just stream whenever I wanted to, but now we're getting pretty much on a schedule that Sunday, either 3, 4, or 5 p.m. Eastern, depending on what I have going on. That's going to be a stream that's for everybody every week. And then on Saturdays, if you're a channel member, there is a membership exclusive stream. And that's usually around the same time, although we're flexible to move it and stuff. That's what's been going on the past couple weeks, so. So, Zerg, I gotta tell you, see, that's the biggest problem. I don't have any issues with the Xbox. I mean, yeah, I think every once in a while I've had, you know, maybe a couple hours where it's went down. I can't remember the last time, like, it went down for a significant amount of time. And, you know, for the added protection that it gives with security that I don't really have to worry about as far as, like, protection of, like, my system and such. I sadly, I kind of want, I really do, well, I don't really, but I'm looking for a reason to just go over to PC, like, only, because it would make everything in the end, like, a lot easier. There we go. But, like, my Series X just keeps, like, not giving me the reasons to do it. Come here, little buggers. Damn. Yeah, your Umbra story. Yeah, that's a good call. That the more obscure stuff that fills in a lot of holes that we kind of typically miss in just the regular quests. So. PC Master Race. Again, it just makes sense, especially with content creator. I'm constantly on my computer anyhow, to be able to have everything in one little spot. Easily make the most sense, but the Xbox says to me, it says, "Nay, will not leave because I love you and I will treat you good." And it's like an old friend, or like, you know, just like you come back, hey, what's up? And they're always there for it. What's the wildest unhinged lore theory? Well, it's probably one of my own. I mean, that's... Let's see if I can maybe think of one of the ones that I've thought about writing about but couldn't come up with enough supporting evidence for it.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit.
Well, actually, this is an interesting one that we talked about. For those of you that were on the stream for the members last night, you'll remember we talked about the idea of warframes, and if there was a possibility that the reason why the proto frames appear to act different from like the actual warframes, and like that they have like faces and stuff, where like the warframes, just look like they're all one big suit. Could be that maybe the warframes from our time were taken from cadavers, and the ones that we see like Umbra and stuff like that they were made into warframes as a form of punishment. So that's why they're kind of like different and still have some level of their, maybe in the same breath as like Stalker 2, and even Jade in that regard. Or even like maybe Dante, like there could be a number of different reasons why they would have kept the original person and transformed them, but for a good portion, let's say, of the warframes that we see, that they're made from like cadavers, and that's why like they have like they don't have a face, whereas like the proto frames do. There you go, Yoshi. See, all of mine, they're crazy.
You found a Kubro egg. Orders will guide you.
Oh, are you
through the
talking
hatching
about
process.
in the
When
Octavia
complete, you will
mission?
hatch
Are you
away
talking
until the
about
Kubro matures before you can take it on any missions.
against
To think
Space
it's
Dad?
been ages since a Kubro spread filth all graced this ship. Operator, drop the egg into the system to begin breeding. Drop it on the floor.
Excalibur Umbra final part with wait, against Ballas or against Umbra? Oh yeah, I remember that part in the song. Doot, 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 doot. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Zerg, I like that. Yeah. I never actually put that together, if I'm being honest. Well, good to see you. Hello, Race. Who are the three frames that Zaku is made up of? I really don't know. I don't think that they're necessarily like ones that we know of. If anybody knows that one, I'm not really sure. Can anybody help? There you go. Yeah, if you have Titania. Titania is pretty much a cheat code for most of the game. Okay, so you got that taken care of. That's good, Gemma. Let's see here. I mean, you guys all know that, like, my current theory that, well, okay, I guess I can go a little further into like where this theory is developing now. Like, so, PG, I don't know if you're still here, but we were chatting yesterday about there are just all kinds of crazy stuff that just doesn't they don't it just doesn't make any sense about 1999. Like, there's no sense at all. Like, first of all, everything that we did, everything that we were supposed to do, at least according to people, the people that were talking to us, we didn't do. Like the first thing is that we meet up with the Lotus. Maybe I shouldn't. This is like serious spoiler territory here. I guess I already ruined a lot of it though with the whole Warframe thing, huh? Crap. I'm sorry. Okay, from this point on, spoilers. Tons of spoilers. Even more spoilers than we've already given. Because that's probably what we'll be talking about throughout most of the stream. Hey, look, what can I do? Sometimes you just have to ask for forgiveness. And that's what I'm asking for. Oh, look at that. Hello. Let's call him. You know what? In honor of the greatest hockey player that I've ever gotten the chance to play, or got a chance to meet, but got a chance to watch play. That's what we're doing. Hey, Rusty Fuzzball would have been good. Doggo. Hester, are you? I kind of want to keep him like that. Cute. You know. So anyways, let's yeah, I guess.
Tenno, your Kubro has matured. Now, there is only one more rite of passage before you can truly be bonded. I have learned of a Grenier excavation which is said to have uncovered an Orokin-era Kubro collar.
Oh yeah, they need a collar.
Take your Kubro to Earth and recover the collar.
Yay! All right. Come on, Crosby, let's go. Let's go score a couple. Doot, doot, doot. Oh. What's said to accompany? Okay. Yeah, when they grow up, sometimes they look a little different. It's actually kind of the same thing with Yorkie dogs, too. Oh, yeah. So, talking about Zaku, yeah, Zaku is literally the like indifference frame. Everything about it has to do with what we know about the man in the wall. And we already said we're doing spoilers, so I'm good at this point. And I'll get back to my theory in a second.
The artifact until extraction arrives.
But Zaku's very cool in that regard. All right. Touch my dog. You know what? I feel like at some point, DE should maybe consider like giving Zaku an actual like lore quest, maybe, and explain some of that, or include it in like, because at some point we're gonna have to go back to Entradi's labs to do stuff. For a couple reasons. The first is, I mean, we're like right in the middle of the whole Entradi situation and what he's done and everything else. So invariably, like that area has certainly not exhausted its, let's say, usefulness yet. But furthermore, there is that doorway underneath the necklace, or underneath the sanctum there, that still has yet to be explored. And I don't know. I do feel it very weird that thing were to stay shut forever. Actually, there's two of them. So the concept that I refer to with the individuation and stuff is, with Carl Jung, is literally permeated throughout Warframe. Whether it's by association or, actual inspired by. One of the major ones is the choice thing. And that's the choices themselves, inspired by Eastern philosophy, are essentially the same thing as the balance that needs to be had between the self and the shadow self in order for true harmony. So when you look at the quests and the choices that we have to make periodically, they're not good and bad. There's nothing. The answers don't really have anything to do with that. Rather, they are more of state of mind about things in general. Well, I think we were talking about it maybe even last week, where there's a bunch of different influences going on that I don't think we really talk enough about. Harvest is one of them, but like, the more you look into Executor Tuval and his Yuvan clerisy and how they were like the holders of the keys to continuity, if you will. There's a lot of potential for those people in particular. Potentially the Seven, but Tuval and the Clerisy in particular, for them to, let's say, come back, are still already out there, maybe even never died. And it's mostly because of the fact in how continuity is like utilized. Oh no, get up. Oh yeah, you can do that. Yeah, no slug damage.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
I mean, again, the only thing that would keep me, well, I don't know. The only thing that I would say about
It is done. The
Tuval
collar has been
and
attached, and the
Parvos
bond
being
between Tenno and
similar or
Kubrow
same
has been
people
cemented.
is that
Operator, you will remember to care for the beast, won't
Tu-
you?
um,
Ordis doesn't care either
Parvos
way.
is given
Do I?
a warframe gifted from the Seven, but essentially given by Ballas. And I would assume that Ballas dealing with Tuval already to that point, then dealing with Parvos around the same time. Again, with the man in the wall involved, you never know. Well, side quest. I think that if that's how, if that particular ideology has kind of really worked with how you see things, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, who's to say that Jungian theory isn't the right way to look at
If
things?
lost upon the plains outside Cetus, you may derive sustenance from mineral-dense
One of-
termite
that's
droppings,
one of the things
which
about
the
belief.
Ostrons
It's like-
call Ito Da. You may also never form a consonant again, but at least you will not be dead.
Okay. You know, nobody's ever gonna know if they're right until the end, and even then they might not know. But I just think as long as you put your beliefs through the ringer, you know, give it adequate resistance from other things, if you will, other ideas, and if it holds up against other ideas, then there's no reason to be ashamed of it or anything else. That's how everybody really acts. Everybody views their world through a particular lens in every particular situation. You know, it's just which do they? And I understand that, you know, the maybe ideology wasn't the best descriptor, but I understand what you're saying. Yes. Only I can't say in any like significant works like that I've read everything that Hettinger's done, but I know the person and know some bits.
Ready?
Definitely
for
wouldn't say that
action.
I'm like a scholar of any particular thing. Do you have something you'd like to share with that? Um, one of the things that I was talking about earlier that I think is starting to, in my opinion at least, catch a little bit more. Stop that. Let's say traction in my brain is the idea that, now follow me on this. This one's like, maybe this is the weirdest Warframe theory I have. I'm gonna have to not look at chat for a little bit, because if I do and get off topic, I'll lose what some aspects of my train of thought, and I don't want to do that.
You must defend our equipment
So
until
let me get through my
reinforcements
thing,
arrive.
and I will read any comments. Okay, here we go. more and more, especially after reading a particular set of dialogue with Eleanor in the KIM chats,
We are readying
I'm
reinforcements.
starting to think.
Keep fighting, Tenno.
So, let me maybe move it back. There's this thing around us right now, and nobody really can kind of figure out what it is really. And it's been called a bunch of things, and this isn't our own reality. Some people like to call it dark matter. Some people like to call it dark energy. But it's this substance, if you will, or unsubstance. It's tough to say. That makes up the majority of our universe, right? And yet we don't really know what it is, we just know what it does. So I got to thinking about that concept as a whole, right? And if I look at it from the perspective of that same thing being within Warframe itself and potentially being characterized or even called a thing, right? The void. Antimatter, yeah, same thing. Not same thing, but again, in the same concept of this thing that's there that we don't really understand, that kind of I imagine if it hadn't been so long since we've known about it, and the concept that it's never really done anything, people would probably take it a lot more seriously, because in the grand scheme of things, it's almost like it holds up. It's the fabric of the universe, and everything else is just kind of in there, almost like water, but etheric and not in the same thing, but it's there, right? And so if that is the void, one of the things that, as I was talking about with this discussion with Eleanor, seemed to imply that the world that she saw was almost like a facade, like a fake covering over a sea of black. And I got to really thinking about that in the context of, like I said, in like a dark matter or antimatter, dark energy. And I got to thinking that what if the man in the wall is this new kind of copied embodiment of like a primordial or almost universal or cosmic force that was like an essential aspect of reality. But because Entrati sliced through like the veil of I guess we could just use the idea or the words that they use here, like sliced through the veil of time and untime and created a personification, a copy personification of himself upon like a being with cosmic power to that degree where it was like we were in its world almost. I mean, really, in the grand scheme, not very different from being in the Matrix as a human, because you're in the machine's world, you know, and you're living in essentially a world that they created, and they, you know, and they didn't even know it at the time, mostly. Yeah, but and that's and what I'm wondering is we kind of went into this about the many worlds thing. Is that you know, there's the theory of the many worlds theory where, like, you know, depending on choices made, and there are branching, you know, different realities, even in our own reality, that you know, depending on going back to here saying if I made a different choice, and, you know, moves on infinitely. And with that, I was like, well, okay, I can get behind the idea of it, the concept, but there has to be a power that would give it the ability to exist if it's going to exist. So unless we're saying that with every single branching timeline that comes from the many worlds theory, that in essence every current timeline gets like thinner with energy, then there's got to be an intelligent force that's actually applying additional power, if you will, in order to create another branching timeline. Because you can't create stuff from nothing, you know. But if you were if you were the entity within everything that was like kind of going on, you could essentially, you could do whatever you wanted. You could change whatever you wanted. You could bring back whatever you wanted. You could change a timeline as you felt necessary. You could.
Tenno, your codex has been updated with a new quest.
I mean, Jamie, that's actually a pretty interesting one too. I don't think 1999 is safe from Wally at all. I think 1999 literally is a portion of him, because he says, he literally tells us, you're in hell. You're never getting out. And it's funny that even from the discussions PG showed me, she actually got a bunch of different stuff back that was kind of showing what Eleanor was talking about in regards to just like the kind of the world overall, with and Letty and even Arthur, and like they're all in their own hell. And it's weird because that's essentially what it is for the Hex.
Wonders, why is he here?
They are
Who supposes everyone has
reliving a year over and over and over and over again, and they know that they're doing it. Like, they can never move forward. And within those dialogues, like, Letty seems to get the concept that if they can't move forward, they're just like, there's like The Walking Dead. So us doing this and this happening over and over in this reset, we're not helping them. We didn't save them. If anything, we're making things worse. Which is one of the main things from the Hex quest that I really do feel like a lot of people missed, is that we didn't do anything. We didn't do anything. Like, yes, we saved the Hex and the people from Helvania, but what did we save them from? Just a repeating year forever and ever? Is that what any of us would want? And how many years would we be willing to do that? Like, how many years would you want to go through where you couldn't get any older, where any relationships that you made would just, at the end of the year, whoop, they're gone. Now you got to start all over. I agree with Letty in that regard. If I have no control and I have to deal with it, let me die. And again, as we found out, there is significant evidence that Hulvania, the etymology for Hulvania, is the forest of hell. So again, what did we do? And here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part. Ready? Entrati told us to let them go. Entrati said this. He said, you have to make these sacrifices. And everybody thought he was the bad guy because of that. Because, I mean, he is a bad guy, right? Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying in that very, that instance there, that him choosing indifference was the bad idea. But no, sometimes you have to choose indifference. If you can't, unless the Tenno can find that other way, that third option, which we have not, all we've done is basically put them in an infinite time loop. You know what we've done? We threw them all into Viri. Because that's exactly what happens there. That's it. When compassion is a trap, indifference is a defense against it. That's, yep. Those are some true words right there. Sometimes emotionality is not the right choice. That's how it is. Life is suffering. Hold on. Wait a second. Before I start this mission. Look. In life, there is only one true way to grow. And that is through work, and typically pain, and typically frustration, and typically sadness at times. But it's breaking through those boundaries that allow you to become the next version of yourself. You should never shun suffering. You shouldn't ask for it, but when it comes to you, you should accept it as a challenge. And this is the only logical way to get over it. Otherwise, it will remain as an aspect of your sadness, an aspect of insecurity. It will remain in the back of your mind potentially for forever. Sometimes you might not even realize it. It just sits in your subconscious. It's like a thing that you never completed. And while you're not thinking about it, the back of your mind is. Yeah, but PG, don't you think the operators dealt with a lot of emotional stuff now too? Again, now we have to remember too, this is the important thing. Our operator didn't just, like, when we came out in the second dream, our operator didn't just like come out as a child, if you will. Even though our operator looks like a child, our operator is potentially thousands of years old, or at least hundreds of years old, right? Like, They were around with the Orkin. They were around through that whole situation. So they've been through a ton of stuff. Like the operators have been through, I think, everything, every bit as much as the Drifter. The only difference is they have been given incredible powers, but at the other end of the thing, they've had to deal with all kinds of like significant adult type decisions, killing, murdering other people because they were told to do it. Like the Tenno children like have been through a ton, and dare I say, more than the Drifter, because we've got to remember that much of the Drifter's punishment was self-imposed. Maybe not consciously. True, but they still went through it. I mean, experience is experience. You absolutely can ask a question. I mean, they did sleep a good bit of that time, but still, I mean, we're talking during the Orcan Empire. That could have been hundreds of years. And not to mention all the things that have happened since we've come out of the cryopod. I mean, we've dealt with the whole situation with the Lotus. We've dealt with Umbra now. We've dealt with the people of Vox Solaris. We had to deal with the decision that... what the heck's her name on the Glass Gambit? I'm sorry, Gemma, what's your question? Died. Now you gotta remember, but second character, you gotta do your grindy doos. Woo! Get to go and get all these materials again. Some Ruck's Claw. Oh no, take your time, take your time. Oh. Okay. So the prevailing theory, I think, on who that person is in the beginning of the Awakening quest, if you ask me, because there is no definitive thing, but a lot of people seem to believe she is a kind of like an in-studio character called Mara, right? And seems to be one of the Tenno children that wasn't like, I guess the Lotus had certain, oh, look at that. The Lotus had certain Tenno that she didn't necessarily put to sleep, or maybe woke up a little earlier than others. But the concept is that she is essentially like, it's almost like DE waking you up, right? But at the same time, I think she's essentially supposed to be another Tenno that was awakened before you. See, I thought it was Mara, as in like Mara Loki. Yeah, the flowers are all lotuses, so that's what it is. It's like it's a reference to the lotus. It's kind of like telling them, hey, you know, the lotus is your friend. So when you see this symbol and stuff later, don't shoot her.
Your target is this location's computer system. Find and access the terminals. You need to destroy the reactor. The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols.
I mean, that would have been cool, but I do believe it's Mara, as in like kind of how the Tenno are you know, referred to like with the whole Mara Logue moniker thing. Even though that's still, that in itself is still kind of muddy. Hey chat, ask me how I know that during sabotage missions there's a 5-minute timer. There was a piece of data that I totally forgot about today, but it just hit me as I was doing this. Okay, so the source for the Mara thing, I think, comes from, if you go to the script of the transcript for the mission or something like that, like, but not like the wiki one, the actual script itself, like that character is supposedly like mentioned or something. Again, that's why I'm saying, like, take the name with a significant grain of salt, because I think it's like more association versus like any type of what I would say like, oh, this is definitive, like you can see we locked it up here. Like I said, this is more the prevailing theory than anything else. Well, I mean, again, this is, when you have a situation where time, because it's one of the things you don't really think about, but when you have time and time manipulation in a story, the real question to ask is, how many times have we already been through this? You know? Well, did I miss one? Oh, I missed a bunch.
Target destroyed. Proceed to the extraction point.
But I also think this is one of the things that people love about Warframe's lore, is that it's open-ended. It's not definitive. It's not. Sorry. It's one of those situations that, like, it's very tough to get stuff completely right and continue to be right after the fact. Like, I consider, I think I've said it a bunch of times, Stallard, like, the definitive Warframe, like, lore YouTuber, as far as, like, getting things factually correct, right? Or as close to that as you can get, with the tons of good research and stuff. And I go back on some of older videos there, and there's just stuff that's wrong now. At the time, you didn't know that. There's my videos. There's older stuff. It's just wrong now. It's just wrong. How many times? That's exactly it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what makes Warframe's lore the most fun. I think it makes Warframe's lore very challenging for new and even older
Another job well
Warframe
executed.
content creators, lore-wise, because there's just so much information, and like people hold little things too, like oh, I saw on a dev stream somebody said this. Like, you're not, if you come into the game 5 years into the game, there's not something in a wiki that says, oh, but here's this, and it was said in a dev stream, blah 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 blah, that this person is this. That's not there. The only way to know that information is to have been there, or to have remembered it from some other, situation that you were lucky enough to have seen it. Excuse me. So in that regard, like, I just think that it's so difficult to lock anything down in this world, that if you're not willing to, oh, see, there you go. That's a perfect example. If you're not willing to open your mind up a little bit and embrace some of the possibilities versus just trying to, like, oh, well, I remember this thing. This says no, that can't be right because this one thing here. It's like, well, okay, but then I can probably take that thing and debunk it with something else. Slippery slope. And especially with eternalism coming in.
No. It's just the
and you have the ability to go back in time and change things. You have all kinds of crazy stuff that now you're opening up the door for new things, because anything can change now. It is art. I think that's why maybe I've come to realize that creatives like myself tend to love Warframe lore. Yeah, that's it. Everything, everywhere, all at once. That's perfect. So, with that regard, it's really great. But at the same time, it can be, like I said, it can be challenging. It can be very, very challenging. But that's what I love about it. I like, one of the things I love about doing Warframe lore is that I can't tell you how many of my videos have come from me just doing a mission or redoing a quest or something.
Our intel suggests that our person of interest is in the vicinity.
Like,
search for the hostage.
Listening to a line that maybe I didn't catch so well the first time because I was either shooting something or, I was paying attention to something else. And then listening to it over and thinking, wait a second. And then that taking me like on an entire tangent where I'll spend that day going through different quests and like trying to double back on things that I thought, okay, this is associated with this. Okay, so how does this work with what I just heard? The story was developing. I was present since before the second dream. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If you've been here since early on, it's crazy to see what's happened. And if you've been here since early on, and this is kind of the point of this stream and future things, is that you maybe should consider doing a second character. Because it's actually a lot more fun than you'd think.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
And I think like we all know that it was in certain parts it was such a slog that those are some of the parts that you think back and you're like, oh God, I don't know if I want to go through that again. But like every aspect of it that I can think of, even something down to, if I'm not mistaken, isn't farming for the necromechs like been relaxed? that was a pain in the butt. I remember that pretty pretty significantly. Oh yeah, yeah. I got to experience that's one thing. Like a lot of new players may not get the full experience of the second dream because of so many operators running around now and videos and stuff. But I was fortunate enough to I didn't start Warframe like right as it began, but I was fortunate enough to experience like the second dream and not realize what the heck was going on beforehand. Like there weren't a ton of people using their operators. And I remember actually I remember going through the second dream and getting the operator and thinking, oh, that was so cool and blah, 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 And then, but perhaps cooler than that was when I mistakenly used the operator's Iron Man chest laser, like before the focus thing. And like, I'm like, I still remember, I think I still have it recorded somewhere where I was playing Saren and I was in a defense mission. And, I was just kind of, doing the thing and throwing out different abilities. And then out of the clear blue, like my frame just kind of fell to the ground. And this kid comes out and just shoots this laser across his chest. And I'm like, what the hell is this? This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I couldn't remember. I didn't know what happened, so I couldn't do it again because I didn't even know what I did. So I was like, and at that time, like, Warframe was doing some crazy stuff with, like, the syndicates that would, like, periodically just kind of show up and try to kill me. And then there was the stalker. Like, I wasn't used to these type of mechanics. I hadn't seen that kind of thing in any game. So I was just like, when I saw the kid out and do the chest laser and I got the thing, I'm like, was that like, did some other character like take control of me and then I could control them? And I mean, I guess, yes, but like, it was just so, it was just like one of them moments where you're just like, this is just amazing. Now, what the hell did I do? That's a shame. Not that I really mind. Stalker's kind of, it's a different character now that I know him, So I don't want to tussle with him. Wow, wouldn't that be a crazy little group of people? Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Some of the people that are doing the orbiters, like, they got downright just ingenious with their creations. Like, using some of those, like, I don't know, were they tables or something as, like, wall panels, and it's just, it looks so good.
Detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence.
Mm-hmm. Get that affinity stealth bonus. Yeah. It's a little secret of the pros.
Almost out of time. Hurry.
Oh, okay.
Thank the stars, not a minute too soon.
I have no ciphers.
You've located the hostage. Escort the prisoner to the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest.
Hey, did you get him? Here, have a gun. All right, let's get out of here. Just the two of us. Oh, boo. That's how we do it. I'm taking this prisoner, and there's nothing you guys can do about it. Now, let me just screw with your systems real quick. Nice. Oh, that's another thing, too. And then, at least for console players like myself, oh my God, does the game look better.
It hurts.
Oh, you suck.
Help. It hurts.
Get up. I gotta get my end of this out, too. I gotta get some XP from my gear.
The captive has been
Yeah,
secured.
go ahead. You can share a
Join your
channel.
park, Tenno. We'll take it from here.
If for whatever reason it doesn't work in the chat, you can always put it in the comments too for sharing the channel. Oh, Kavat. I mean, I would assume they can. I don't know that they can get pregnant. You know that? I don't know now that they have the technocyte in them. Jade was pregnant before the technocyte. So I don't necessarily know if that one's gonna work. For a second there, I went back to look for Wally. He's not gonna be there yet.
Nora is off. Let's check what's next.
I can't stand fighting this guy. I probably should have said this earlier. If anybody wants to play, they can join. I mean, when we do Heart of Deimos, obviously I'm gonna have to do that part by myself, but yes, but side quest. I don't know that I want tech rot babies. Okay, I just she doesn't want tech rot babies. I believe you can. Now, this is a second character for me, so this isn't my normal normal thing, if you will. But yeah, if you send me a friend request, I'd be happy to take that. Move the chair around a little bit. And get a little drinky. I don't want to be put in a position where I don't want to be put in a position where I feel like I have to put down my own children. Do you know what I'm saying? Even if they're tech rot babies. I don't even want to go there.
Krill is aware of your presence. Strike first.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Well, but even
Krell is aware of your presence. Strike first.
the Drifter
The assassination
doesn't seem to
target is
know what to
nearby.
make of Nidus,
Seek and
so
destroy.
apparently neither does DE. You know, I think the question maybe should be asked not if the operator has man in the wall powers, but rather if the man in the wall has operator powers. And what we're coming to find is that would be a yes. And Rusalka, him taking control of Rusalka, is a direct bit of evidence for that. And it's kind of a scary thing. Because, you know, in the past, we always thought that, at least I always thought that when you saw a doppelganger, right, that the doppelganger was a copy
Stay
of the
focused.
person
There's a heavy unit approaching.
that you were dealing with. That, like, the real version of that person was actually yet somewhere else. And that you were dealing with, you know, its hollow void twin. But the dialogue that we get in regards to Rusalka and what Eleanor tells us implies that he can control those he comes into contact with. Now, what are the stipulations for that control? Like, who does he have to, like, touch them, or, you know, does he have to be connected to them in some way? It's tough to say. But I think, if nothing else, you could make the argument that at the very least, those that he has touched. Okay, there's two things. You could make the argument that those that he's touched, he has the potentiality for control of, right? Or you could probably make the other case that those that he has touched that have allowed him to take control, you know, are ones that, you know, he can actually take control of. I could see him allowing, or I could see Lloyd allowing the man in the wall, at least before the whole Whispers in the Walls quest. And in fact, at some point there had to be some kind of,
Stay focused. There's
let's
a heavy
say,
unit
interaction between the two of them. You would assume, right? As aside from what we saw in Whispers in the Wall. Because they didn't really, like, touch there. It was more like we were with the man in the wall and Lloyd was, I don't know. Again, that one's a tough one to kind of lock down, but, you know, if we take just the bare minimum of having to touch somebody to take control of them, that puts a lot of people in the crosshairs. And potentially even more. Like, there's us, the Tenno, we've already been taken control of. So that's got to be a scary thing in its own right. The operator, at least. Then you have, well, Barokatir. I mean, we know a definitive deal was made there. You have, most likely, Yonta, Archimedean Yonta. Okay. God, I suck at this. You have Parvo Scranum. have... Oh, and then, now we got to get into the Warframe aspect of things. Like, is Dante, because Dante essentially, you know, kind of went up against the Indifference, is that whole Warframe subject to some kind of manipulation? At least in the let's say the like the original iteration, if we were to ever find the original version of Dante.
Stay focused.
So
There's a heavy unit approaching.
it really does kind of add another, like, a more horrific layer to what we already kind of understood about the Man in the Wall and what we know, or at least what it can do. And again, like, it just kind of says to me that if it can do these things, like, can't the argument at least be made that the reason why it's so capable at all this crap is that it's because it is made of the stuff of the universe, per se? The bio, you know, material of life, the cosmic aspect of things, like I've never been a huge fan of this boss because, like, actually figuring out exactly how to get his stupid... Luckily, a bunch of people just joined. This boss is just annoying overall. Solo, with people... I can't even see anything. Wow. Okay, there we go. All right. Was that Amir? Is he in the group with us? I think I heard Amir's voice.
Nice work taking down the VIP.
Hey, thanks.
Now get to extraction. Target down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
I will show you the account here in a second. I think the Man in the Wall definitely knows what he's doing. Okay. I think unequivocally there is the account. I know this is my girl's account, so that's why. But we figured this would work twofold. If I play
Tenno,
most
a
of
new
this
alert has begun.
and get
It will
her
be marked
leveled
by
up,
navigation.
then if we ever do actually play, her character won't be like completely like useless, and we can do stuff. And if she never plays, well, then I can just, you know, have a second character. This works out real good. Well, I think that your Dante is as ready as he can be.
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
I would assume, yeah, you can. I think you can. That's the whole. That's the whole thing. Everybody get a good look at it. I don't know what that was. Stop that. Let's see. See, I picked up my Vauban stuff using some Nightwave cred. Got to get that going, even though I think I got to get to Jupiter before I can actually like build anything.
Nora's got the goods for one lucky dreamer. Who's it gonna be?
You get so much stuff now too. That's the other thing. I want my Jillian and Lillian floofs.
Yeah.
The Wave Rider quest? I think not. Anybody want to join up? Maybe on the next turn. Right, I have to get. Let's see here real quick. Ah, there you go. Nice. Very nice indeed. Wow. This is where we're at with things. This is like I'm a level nothing playing with legendary rank 4 and I love it. Take me to Mott. I'll just level everything up, or Sedna, and I can just do, what is it, Hydron. We'll level everything up real quick. No problems whatsoever. Actually, you know what? While I have you all here, let's cut through Mercury a little. Well, I think they should give Rusalka enough Kuva to become Saren, who drops from Kayla to Thing. Yeah, and so I'm reading this about Eleanor knows about the operator's existence. The operator. The operator is actually like referred to as like a secondary character by the Drifter.
I can't do this without you.
Let's just do it. Ooh, 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 ooh.
This
Gotta
will
get my
only get more
fragments.
difficult.
That's
Get to a
right.
terminal
That's
and
how
prepare
we
for
do
enemy
it.
resistance.
I'll add it. I'll add it as soon as the thing's over.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Yeah. See, these are all the old good days, you know, where it's like you didn't need to have really anything good to play.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Take your level 11 Boltor, just wreck house with it. You pick up a ferrite deposit or two along the way. Yeah, and it does kind of. It's interesting the nature of our movement through time, you know, and what we can take back
Still
and what we
working on
can't
it.
take back.
Continue to defend.
I mean, I would assume that we would have access to our, if we have access to all of our other stuff in the back rooms, I can't see why we wouldn't have access to a necromech. I guess we would we'd need to get like our orbiter. I guess that's what delivers the necromech. Yeah, there's these aspects of the game that we don't think about very often. Like, we see the necromech get summoned, but like, how'd it get there? I would have just assumed it was
Data logs indicate that there is an
our
Orokin
landing
artifact
craft.
somewhere here. Get to it now, defend it, and then we can leave.
Any Iotans here, perchance? That's what we really need. Oh,
Artifact found. Defend it until the extraction team arrives.
all right. Is this one of those new
Enemy
enemies?
infestation ahead.
Last night on the member stream, we did the John Prodman run, and we got our John Prodman posters from the index. That was actually pretty fun. And then we started playing a survival out in the void, and that's when we got our first taste of these Eximus units that pick you up and like suspend you in the air for a while, and they're just the biggest pain in the ass. Okay, so this is interesting. This was something else that we were talking about last night.
Continue
That
to defend.
on the nature of the warframes and of the proto frames, and there's this like ongoing theme within the dialogue that the Hex are having these dreams in regards to murdering each other. Arthur seems to murder a couple people, and a couple people, get murdered, and there's a line in
Stay focused. There's a
Albrecht's
heavy unit
Lost
approaching.
Notes that speaks about the
The
proto
odds were
frames and
against us, Tenno, but we did it.
that
Mission
their
complete.
humanity may not last. My deliverance. What is it? My deliverance may yet consume them. The human swallowed up within the sacred beast, and it makes me wonder if
is walked one step
like every Warframe, eventually
Another job well
the
executed.
Hex are going to lose their humanity as well, because that seems to be what Albrecht is waiting for. I'm not going to take the game, but I will do, hopefully. Hello. Oh. Wait a second. Apologize. Doop, 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 doop. Boop. Boop. Yay. Okay. 1 second here before we go any further. I need to see the requirements of... Now, hold on a second. I need to see the requirements for...
Operator, are you enjoying the
no, I don't want to. No. Boo. Boo. I didn't even know if I needed this mission.
These radio towers carry top secret
You know what? I'm
interplanetary
gonna be a good.
communications.
I'm gonna be
You
a
are
good
going to
tenor, and I'm
capture
gonna
the
stay
towers
in
and decode incoming
because this is a
messages.
pain in the butt. So I understand. Interceptions are just the worst. So okay. I'm gonna be. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Let's help a fellow Tenno out here, because these are the worst. At least for solo play. Well, that's true too. There's a difference. The difference might be influencing it, and that's kind of the whole thing with. That's again, we were talking about this last night. I keep saying this over and over again, but this is one of the things that's really, to me, what makes 1999 in the Hex quest a bit unique and like really fun, because it is a whodunit, like through and through. And to this day, even after the quest is over, and
Tower online.
after the second quote unquote run of the quest, after connecting with the Hex, definitively, I bet you go through that quest and you still
We are
don't
in
know
total
who's who.
control.
Like,
Keep fighting.
at what part, like it actually truly is, especially during the end part. I can't tell for certain. I can speculate, but I don't have any idea. You'd like interferences or interception solo? It just sounds like are you into like punishing yourself for no reason? Well, maybe for a reason. That's not true. There is a reason to get to the next node. So yeah, that okay. But you are punishing yourself. I just always remember these things being such a pain in the butt. You know what else I remember about these most? The interception node in the void back in the day. Like, you could never find anybody to matchmake in that one. And because it's so far away, like everything's so far, it can get overwhelming quick. Oh, really? I like disruption. I actually enjoy disruption. See, but there you go. That's even better. I mean, we have. If you have people in just a general chat that literally have such a differing opinion on two different modes, then you're doing something right. Are you a masochist side quest? That's the one with the keys. Then there's like the little the enemy at the end that you have to what do you call it? Destroy before he gets to the pedestal there. Yeah, that's one of the ones I like the most. As far as the endless type missions are concerned, you know.
Clear out the remaining enemy forces.
It's definitely more difficult.
Extraction is available, but there are more messages to be decoded. Will you stay
But
or go?
you do, if nothing
They are
else, the one good
broadcasting
thing
another
with doing it
message.
solo,
Make sure the enemy
you
never
determine
receives
like
it.
when the keys hit.
The data you have collected here today will go a long way in support.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna get out of this group here because I don't. Is Mime Father in our chat right now? If this person's trying to kind of like play through their own deal here, I don't want to get in their way, you know. Now, if they are in the chat, let me know, and then we'll just keep going. Oh, see, okay. If anybody else wants to join, I didn't mind playing with that person if they were, but you know, let's have the people who are actually in stream play. That's what we're all here for. Let's see something. Oh yeah, what's that one called? What is that? That thing, the one where you escort, then you have to get the health capsules. Defection. That's right. Okay, defection. No. I want it again. If you're in the chat and you're watching the stream and you want to play, that's good. If you're just some random person, I would rather have somebody. There you go. I'd rather have somebody in here that actually is with us.
You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
Oh, hello. I'm glad to see you in the group. I did notice that the Legocytes are essentially infested gorillas. Makes me think about like, are we still gonna see yet? Because I feel like I can't see why this wouldn't be a thing. But are we gonna see other forms of infested monsters yet? Like or tech rotted, you know what I'm saying? Like a tech rotted elephant or a tech rotted giraffe. I mean, we have a tech rotted lion. That would be cool. It sounds good, Gemma. Appreciate you being here. I don't know. I think we should get to see other animals infested. Considering there's a zoo right there, I can't see how you can say that the only thing there that got infested or that got infected by the tech rod was the gorillas. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, tech rod sharks. Hell yeah. Yeah, there's some crazy photos at the zoo, isn't there? And somebody had mentioned earlier about that, like, kind of, and I only got to see saw the comment for a second and then I got sidetracked, but we haven't really delved into yet the religion of Entradi that I do want to get at some point get back into, because it if nothing else, either a contingent of people believe that Entradi is some kind of legitimate savior, or Entradi is the propaganda wing. See that? The Predacite? Nice. Thank you, Abyss. Appreciate that. I mean, maybe that's what the tech rod does to them. The tech rod is so new, we still don't know the true effects of it. That being said, it appears to very much, it wants Eleanor back. Like every 2 seconds in the back room, she's telling me about how it's like a jilted lover, and once it's queen, and I think the dialogue, isn't that right, PG? Is that from the stuff that you sent the other day? I believe it was something to that extent. Wait, what? You can see a cutout of bird 3 in the zoo? Is it like actually bird 3, or is it just like it looks something? Because I never noticed that. Yeah, we do it out. We'll do another. We're gonna keep doing missions.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
All right, see, it's stuff like that. You're going to hear me say this next sentence very frequently. There's something not right about 1999. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. It's not right. It's not right. I think this is one of the Nightwave things, so if you haven't done that. Not a bad idea there, sir.
Stand by while I analyze the intelligence profiles.
I just find it really odd that, I don't know. It just seems like Holvania is
I need you to get inside enemy data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence data.
I don't know. There's something very strange
None of the
about
scanners have detected you.
everything in regards to that place. And the fact that there's cutouts of I wonder if there's any more of them, like tag fur. Yeah, sure. Send that to me on Discord. That way I can actually get my... I can head in there at some point and get some video of it and know where it's at. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'm gonna do my best to contribute, but everybody's a lot faster than I am. Even with
We have
speed.
everything we came for.
Okay. Yay! I'll do nothing. Oh wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'll be right there. I mean, this is I need these things now. Don't forget. This isn't like my first account where I can just afford to let Iatan stars just go by without picking them up. We are certainly not on that account. Loki is bird 3 frame. That'd be awesome. There is a Siege Discord.
Mission complete.
Actually, there's a
Excellent
link
work,
to it in the... Should be in the comments. Oh, nice. Look, I got a relic. No Wave Rider. All right. 10K. You know, I want to do this so that I can go to Maru, if that's all right.
New alert marked on navigation, Tenno. This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network.
Legit,
Prepared for heavy resistance.
I'm down with the
I can't do
idea
this without you.
of potentially like large infested mammals
Keep going.
in the
Nobody
water.
knows you're here.
and us having to go in with the Archwing. Yeah,
Terminal spotted.
that I'm.
Upload me and prepare to defend.
That's some things. That's an idea right there.
I'm in, Tenno. This was
And
your-
I don't know. You don't get enough information from, let's say, the Albrecht's notes to really get any kind of background into the where of Tagfer and Min, and then you also don't really get a lot. You get even less in regards to like Bird 3 and
Still working on
Fibonacci,
it.
because
Continue to
they
defend.
were just meant to, I don't know, buffer the systems in some way. Like he just like threw some additional
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit
animals in
approaching.
there for, like some, little touch, little spice. Essentially. Oh, see, I think that thing that you're talking about is another version of the worm
We are finished here. Move
that's
on.
that's potentially like
I need
growing
access to a
and will
terminal.
most likely at some
Find
point
one
like
and patch me in.
you know how like Deimos has the dual worms. Don't you think it looks like one of those worms starting to like manifest almost?
Location reached.
That's just my thought.
Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Corlock site. Nice, thank you. That'll give me something to review here after stream with my first character. I'm destined to get to the bottom of this because I can't accept that 1999 is just
Still working on it.
us going back in
Continue to
time.
defend.
There's just too much wrong with it. Pure and simple, there's too much wrong with it. It's like we're doing horrific things to the people there. We'll see, though, as far as that thing that's at the mouth of Holvania,
Area
because, I
completed.
mean, it could be the
Move
devil.
on.
DE's pretty crazy. You know, it could be... What if that became, like, the... Because, really, in the grand scheme of
Here is a
things,
terminal. Get me in and get ready
if
to defend.
the man in the wall can control
I'm
a
in,
vessel, right?
Tenno. This will take a moment.
The idea of it being able to control other forms of infested, because that's all that the vessel is. It's just a larger infested being with additional organ components to it and such. So if the man in the wall can inhabit one and force it to work and use it and everything else, there's no reason to think that it couldn't do the same thing for other forms of the infested.
working on
It
it.
might be the reason
Continue to
why
defend.
in that dialogue that we got with Latrox Un and Nora
Stay
Knight
focused.
before
There's a heavy
Whispers,
unit approaching.
in regards to like the tech rot, like being almost like anxietal at the thought of the oncoming void. That was whenever like there was like a knocking. If anybody remembers, like that was before we could get into the sanctum, and there was like this like knocking at the bottom. So I mean, it's very possible
The
that
odds were
given that
against
the
us,
tech
Tenno,
rod is
but we did it. Mission complete.
has a mind of its own, like the other infested, you know, like a kind of a hive mind type thing controlling it. It may, you know, kind of have the same fears or had the same fears, but then you have the whole, you know, concept where during the dev stream or during the initial reveal at TennoCon, in regards to 1999, the online group that materialize in our
Excellent work,
reality
Tenno.
appear to... Well, they make the comment of... If management gives me one more passive-aggressive smile, which, I mean, let's be real, like, for all intents and purposes.
You have returned.
Whoa. Damn. We may have to do something with that. Perhaps not tonight, but before it goes. I didn't even see what I would get. I would assume they would have Warframe abilities, right? Because so what are they? They're just gonna punch the. Wait, I'm trying to read some of the stuff in the comment. Yeah, RNG sus is with me. Okay, so here's
Operator.
you can look at it one of two ways.
Signal.
Ready?
Wait.
You know how
It's just the Corpus.
do you know how DE likes to
Shut off the emergency frequency.
kind of harken back to other things? One of the things that I'll give you an example, in my opinion, and I actually made mention. Yeah, streamer lock. That's exactly it. I made mention of this in the video for the Whispers in the Walls. Not made mention. I actually edited in Ballas's words about healing, essentially healing a broken thing. Whenever he was the vessels were kind of having their moment where our Tenno was using the one vessel to touch the face of essentially the vessel that was being controlled by. Now we kind of know for certain Lloyd's indifference, right? I mean, that given what we saw in the Hex, now we know that that connection is real, that was there. So at the very end, after everything gets done, there is this ending scene where we go back to that particular area, right? That exact area. And you see the Tenno the operator holding a lotus flower, and then Albrecht's other comes onto the screen and they do their thing together. So it's like two variations of the man in the wall are sitting there at the very end in the after credit scene, if you will. And at the same time, I shouldn't say at the same time. Now remember, they're at that vessel. That's where it happens. So fast forward a year to the Hex Quest. And if you remember the whole ARG and how it kind of alluded to, essentially, you couldn't really trust anything that you were seeing when it came to information back and forth, because the main vessel of data, the eye of Entrati that you see through everything in 1999, you learn in the ARG is pretty much corrupted by the Indifference version. So it's not really Entrati who... So when you see that eye, it's not Entrati's eye, it's the Indifference's eye. Hence my idea that, it's almost, it's like it's always watching you. Oh, no. Side quest, at that particular part that I'm referring to, that is our... Remember, our version of the Indifference is on top of the vessel. Lloyd's version of the Indifference is the one controlling the vessel itself. There's two of them there. Lloyd doesn't realize that, though. So, moving forward, at the very end, right before that part, and I do apologize for not playing here, but I want to get my thoughts together. So right before that part, we see a message that says, sequence completed, with the Entrati eye. And when you understand about the sequence and what it means, right? And completing the sequence is essentially more in the line of what the Indifference wanted per the ARG. Now, again, if you didn't play through the ARG that was done before the Hex Quest, you wouldn't have any idea. I assume a lot of people at the very end of the second run through, when they got the whole sequence completed, maybe didn't even understand what the heck was going on, right? At that point. But because of all of that, and then the very next scene is this very, like, almost whimsical, nonchalant, like, the vessel, hey, like, ding, with the two fingers, and Lloyd's just kind of, ha ha ha. As much as I want to say that at that moment, it was either the, maybe the Drifter, or I don't think it was Entrati, because I think that, I mean, based on what we see, like, the Indifference took Entrati. And then we don't see him again until the very end, but I don't even think that is Entrati, because all of his injuries are completely gone at the very end. Like, he just healed right up, like it was like nothing somehow. But regardless, kind of the point that I want to make is that given that what we know about Lloyd in having a connection to the Indifference, not really sure exactly what that is yet, but we know it's there. And given that we know that up until that point, the only creature or thing to actually inhabit that particular vessel was the Indifference. Not to mention, I made an earlier theory about the thought that if you look at that area and the way that the chair is situated in front of it with the runes and how they are, it looks very much like somebody was communing. Like two entities were speaking to each other. And dare I say, given how Entrati is, his mentality and such, and if the Man on the Wall visited Entrati periodically, like the Man on the Wall visits us, I could see Entrati attempting to talk to the Indifference. And in fact, if the Indifference would speak back to him, because like that's kind of like what we saw in the Hex, when they were kind of speaking back and forth. Trotty didn't seem like scared or anything, But I could see Entrati communing with the Indifference using that particular vessel as kind of like an offering to it. Here, you can have this. Talk to me. And that would explain why there's this seat literally right in front of the vessel, looking right at it with like the rune circle. And remember, that same rune circle is where we first see the Indifference, our form, like the operator form, in the Sanctum, where the Sanctum opens up to the more Sands of Kra type situation. When it's looking outside, it's sitting within that same summoning circle looking thing. And Trotty being like, hello, fellow kids. So I think what we learned from... Okay, so here's a good question. Are there more Man in the Walls? Here's what's going on, in my opinion, and I think we're getting this information from what we learned last week. It was briefly kind of brought up in the Undercroft by Teshin. When you go into the Undercroft and you do your stuff in Duviri, Teshin will refer to a character known as the Master, right? And I think the large percentage of us just assumed that the Master was the Man on the Wall. That's just how it was. And the copies were essentially like, like copies in any other thing that you would see as far as media, where like Smiths, if you will, in the Matrix. Where it's Smith is the main Smith, but all the Smiths can do the Smith, and you know what I'm saying? And they were all like kind of like tied to the top one, which I think the top one then ends up turning into like he transfers himself over into the Oracle, so that he can use her powers. I'm getting off track here. Exactly. Me too. What the lyrics from the songs that we got from the Whispers in the Walls soundtrack seems to infer is that there is a master and that there is a group of somethings, right, that are anxiously awaiting his return or its return. And so that makes me believe, because I don't think that there's any like I don't think that there's like a group of enemies. Like I don't think that the Murmur are each sentient in their own, because they don't really act sentient any right. They just rush right at you. They're more like like a hive-minded controlled thing, just with one-track mind. So that would lead me to believe that all the different entities that we've kind of discussed over the years, even that have had some association with the Man in the Wall, or even other entities such as the group of Hollow Children that mysteriously disappeared in Duviri. No, we don't know what happened to that group. They just literally disappeared. One day they were there, and whenever the people of Duviri were worried enough to bring it to Thrax to actually have something done, when he went to go have to do something, it was already gone. The collective shadow. That's again, this is Jungian, but that's the collective unconscious is essentially very in line with the potentiality of what the Man in the Wall could be. I mean, it could be Void Angels, but it could be more than that. There's all kinds of different entities that in one way or another look at the indifference as a kind of, dare I say, like a true god, like a worshiping entity. And with what happened in the New War, with Ballas creating a hole that the Man in the Wall could actually utilize to come here, that attracted him to come into this place, which is denoted in the Sanctum on the Codex there. And with that dialogue, it almost seems to potentially say, "Oh, night, PG. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the information yesterday. I appreciate that." I just think that we might be kind of seeing the Master show up, and the things that we've seen up to this point are, dare I say, players in a larger game. And they're only now getting excited because they see what's about to occur, if you will. And you can even make the case too that legitimately that it feels entitled to this, and I think it's attempting to make its claim to us, dare I say, during that last portion of the Hex, and when we go back in a second time, it's trying to tell us why it's pissed, and hey, what would you do? So not to mention the other thing is with Teshin talking about it too, in that regard, right? Being that he is in Duviri, dare I say, some of the things that he may be referring to may be more Duviri related. Void Angels, the Thrax that are in there, like
This is a mobile
the
defense mission.
what are their
You
names
must
again? I
deliver
can't remember
payloads and
the
defend a number of locations while I break into
those
the network.
things, whatever,
Be
that go
prepared
straight
for
up into
heavy
the air.
resistance.
You know, whenever
I
you
can't do this without you.
when you, that was always something I thought was so strange. Like if you destroy certain entities in Duviri, they just fly straight up into
Keep moving.
the air.
None of the scanners have
There's
detected
got to
you.
be a reason for that because they don't all do
Location
that.
reached.
It's almost like they're
Drop
going
me in
back to the
and defend
source.
our position. I'm in, Tenno.
Oh.
This will take a moment.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that is new. I don't think that the Lotus did banish the man on the wall at all. And dare I say, I think that may be the key that we're all missing. That last portion of the new war when her hand is smoking. It almost, to me, maybe I'm wrong on this, but could that not kind of insinuate that the man took her hand and used it? Heck, he may have even given it back at that point, like as far as like in,
We are finished here.
not necessarily in a physical form,
I need access
but
to a
it's
terminal.
interesting to me that there are
Find one. Patch me
two different forms of the hand. There is the actual physical hand that
Terminal spotted.
not only do
Upload
we
me and
receive
prepare to defend.
in Duviri, but it
I'm
actually
in, Tenno.
rips through
This
the
will take a
drifter's
moment.
real hand and like peels it apart, right? But that's not the same thing that we see the man in the wall using later when he offers us the deal, or that's not the same hand that you see whenever the Lotus is sitting in her in the orbiter just as she's brought like back in from. I think the man in the wall brings her back too. That's my personal opinion because he needs her. But however the Lotus got back in from the void accident thing, or not the void accident, the from what Ballast did in the New War. Her hand there is the same. It has the same etheric appearance that it looks like when
Area
when
completed.
our
Move on.
operator entity is trying to shake our hands with us. Well, I mean, again, she may not even be the right. Heck, to be honest with you, she could be dead.
Here is a terminal.
Oh,
Get me
Morphix?
in and get ready to defend.
I mean, that's kind of the point. If we know for a fact that the Lotus,
I'm in,
without
Tenno.
question,
This will take a moment.
met the man in the wall. She says it herself, right? So, given that the only way to truly know what's under the helmet is to utilize the, what do you call it? Margulis as your version of
working
the
on it.
Lotus, right?
Continue
But
to
even
defend.
then, there are parts where the Lloyd version of
Stay focused.
the man on
There's
the
a heavy
wall
unit
doesn't
approaching.
have the eyes. So, with that in mind, if the Lotus were to have been replaced, or is at least at a point being controlled, how would we ever know?
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
Well, I mean, that's side quest. That is the reason why I named my videos the red pill and the blue pill. There is so much. There is so much. Yeah, everybody's here. There's so much stuff from the Matrix in the Hex Quest. It's insane. It's just insane. Oh, thank you for sending me that Predicite pic. Oh, nice. 10-0 and Hooch. We got it. Is everybody enjoying the stream so far? I just want to make sure we're not boring anybody with stuff. I'm having a good time. There's nothing like sitting here and just BS and lore all night. Side quest. That's a really good question, and again, that I put that in my my video too. That like, oh, you know what? We can do fishers. Hold on, real quick. Let me see if I have any relics. As long as people are enjoying. Oh, we have a couple. Ooh. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this.
Operator, the system needs you.
Well, if everybody's having a good time, that's all that really matters. I'm a happy person. Actually, let me see if I can. Do I have any with Forma on the bottom? Yeah, there we go. Well, like I said, that's all important. That's the most important aspect of, because if people weren't enjoying it, then there's really no sense in me doing this. But yeah, I think I can't wait to replay the Hex Quest, because I really need to go through a bunch of stuff, and I'm wondering if there's going to be any stuff in the quest that isn't able to be seen again, like the scene from Whispers in the Walls with the Tenno are back on our orbiter when we make the Curio. Can't see that. The finger at the top of the reliquary drive. You can't see that again. I'm worried that there's going to be some aspect of the quest that we're going to do to, I don't know. I don't even know why those parts are omitted from the other thing. Like, I get that, we have the Curio and all, but you still have to go back to your ship. Like in that particular instance, you actually still have to go back to your ship first, and then as soon as you get to the ship, right, it immediately prompts you to go back to the Sanctum. I don't know when the Hex Quest is going to be replayable. I just know that someone mentioned on chat that I thought I heard them say this too, but I wasn't 100% certain. But someone on chat did verify that they do have plans to make it replayable at some point here, hopefully sooner than later. Again, though, if they emit big things, that's going to be bad news bears. But I really do kind of want to play the Hex Quest and then watch the Matrix kind of back to back, if you will. Because I'll bet you there's more stuff in there that I missed.
Find another fuel cell and take it to the excavator. This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore.
I don't know.
shields.
That being said, though, I don't want to give the opinion that like the DE copied, all the stuff from the Matrix, and that's actually not it at all. In fact, I would say the Hex Quest is a great example of how someone can use inspiration from another similar media and change it up just enough, but still be like honest to the stuff that it's trying to emulate.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact.
Heart of Deimos is replayable. Yes. Isn't it? Oh wait, maybe it's not. Let me think about it.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protect it from
I think
enemy
the
fire.
quests are Vor's
This
prize.
excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Yeah, I mean that's. I just feel like that's why I keep going back to it. That I just think that 1999 is a simulation. And as I understand it, you know, in the Warframe
The scanner has picked up the target. Go to the
universe,
dig site.
it can be simulations can come in the form of a computer digital simulation, or in the case of Duviri, a void embodied simulation.
Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shields.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I'm trying to think what quest I thought that
Look what we found.
that was replayable that I was thinking of.
When you need it, the extraction is ready for you.
Maybe once a week. Okay. I mean, I think the Matrix itself has many themes. That is one of them, obviously, especially with, you know, what happened with the you know, the writers, without question. But there's way, it's, I think it's far deeper than just that. And I mean, I think the themes on the just an insane number of themes and actual literary papers, thesis papers regarding the Matrix and its religious impact kind of go to show just how groundbreaking and how unique that movie was. Like, we don't get a lot of movies like The Matrix anymore that touch on multiple different things of such differing, let's say, backgrounds, and yet all kind of corresponding together into similar themes. Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things that I think that I believe, like a lot of creatives, I think the Wachowskis wanted a lot of people, and I think this kind of moves in the same way with what they did with the fourth Matrix. I don't like the movie. I don't like what they did with it. But I do understand kind of the underlying themes within that one, and how that in itself is a kind of a take on why it shouldn't even exist per se. And I think they really they caught lightning in a bottle with what they did there. Like, The Matrix was one of, if you have not seen The Matrix, and at least the first two, you gotta see at least the first one. First two kind of gives you a little bit thicker story, and the last one will finish it off for you, and then the fourth one, you know, you can kind of do what you want with that one. I just feel like the reason why it doesn't fit so well is because it wasn't necessarily meant to be made as a portion of the original Matrix. The third Matrix ended that story. That story was done. Moving after that, you kind of are taking on a different. It's almost like the best analogy I can give is a magician that has just this wonderful trick, right? And it's just amazing. And everybody loves it, you know, and it's groundbreaking and everything else. But then, you know, years after the trick and after the magician has kind of taken a break from performing on a consistent basis, they go out and they kind of explain the goods, if you will. They detail in no uncertain terms how tricks were done. So if he comes back later, whereas everybody's appreciative of the concept of him coming back and doing this and reliving some of the old times, because we've seen behind the curtain, which is what, you know, the Matrix really was, even in 3 pieces. It's like in the first piece of the Matrix, you got to understand that there even was a Matrix. That was the idea. That was the veil that got lifted from in front of you. There's a secondary world, right? In the second Matrix, you got to understand the dichotomy of this secondary world matched up against an actual real world that exists in real life, in real time, and how the people within have to coexist, and how, you know, kind of everything is dependent upon each other. And then in the third version, the veil is lifted over, that the Matrix is kind of pushed away, and the real world, the really real world, even outside of Zion now you're above, and you get to see the planet and what it really looks like, not just in like a little simulation that Morpheus showed you in the first one, but you get to see all the different, like how the landscapes have been just completely destroyed and stuff like that, you know, and how what a hellscape Earth has become now. And then there's just like this final little reveal at the end, you know, where as it seems like almost all is lost for the, you know, the 2 main protagonists of the third film. They break through the clouds, and you get to see this almost this vision of heaven, like, oh my God, the sun's still there. So it's like the idea of there's this world that's buried underneath the possibility of this other world, that the sun, maybe we can get the sun back. Maybe the sun can come back now. Now that we know that it's like it exists just through this cloud. And, you know, now with the piece that has been made in the third film, now we can maybe work together to rebuild the world. Because, you know, the idea is in the second film, we learn the Oracle's true purpose, right? The Oracle is a program that was programmed to figure out how to work the Matrix, right? But in the time that the Oracle was functional, what it learned was the Matrix only works, and thus reality between humans and robots or machines only works as a group together. Like, humans and machines have to live together in order if we want to make this work. There isn't any other way. Humans need machines to function, and the machines need the humans to function. And whereas the more, let's say, the more ingrained aspects of the machine, like the architect, feel that they are able to survive at a level that without humans The Oracle realizes, yeah, but if you do that, you're just being a stubborn asshole. Because you just have to have control of everything. And it's the reason why she helps. Unless side quest that there's another layer. I don't want to go too deep into that, but you know, that's not the only instance of the Matrix breaking through into the real world. And it begs to ask the question, if they aren't in another layer altogether. And that's what I was hoping the fourth Matrix would delve into. That Neo's powers within the real world were actually a function of them actually still being under another layer of the Matrix, right? Still under control. And this is kind of going back to where we're at in Warframe, and I'm asking the same questions. Like, how many times have we went through this? How many layers deep are we when we're in the back rooms, or when we're in Duviri, or if we're in, you know, what's the dream? What's the dream that the Tenno were put in? Were they just completely comatose in the dream? Did they act out the dream as kind of a what's the word I'm looking for? In lucidity, kind of like, sort of in the way that the Lotus states that you know, it's just a lucid second dream. So were they? Did they believe themselves to just be all the Warframes? And if that were the case, like, wouldn't it be strange when they moved from a different Warframe to a different Warframe? You know, like, if they believed themselves to be the Warframe. Oh, Shotgun, like, and I apologize. I just ruined half the crap for you there, right there. I'm sorry, but the Matrix films are, in my opinion, they're essential watch. They'll show you a lot about what's going on in society today. I mean, without question. They will break down the systems of control that governments are using, that companies are using, that I mean, just groups that groups of people are using to manipulate other people. It's amazing when you really get down. You know, when you really get into that story deep, there's some crazy stuffs. And it will make you question all kinds of stuff. Again, the Jack would be another level of control, just like everything else. Think about it. In the first Matrix film, right? The Oracle was largely considered to be a human. I mean, Neo doesn't confirm that she's a program until the second. Well, unless Neo's a piece of code. See, that's the thing. As it's described, he's kind of an anomaly, right? A piece of data that didn't fit, that won't fit. Now add another layer to the Matrix. Now it makes sense. Now everything he does makes sense. That's it. Well, like I said, I try to stay away from spoilers as best I can, but You know, in regards to the Tenno, like I would assume at some point a Tenno saw themselves in a mirror. You know, it's not like the Orokin halls wouldn't be filled with them. Hey, Jamie, good to see you. I'm glad you joined the Discord. This is really what these are the kind of things that at least to me, the Hex Quest started to force me to ask. Okay? Like essentially that yeah, so and that's kind of the whole thing that like going back to that whole idea that if consider that Neo, I'm not necessarily saying that the other people aren't humans, right? That the Trinity and Morpheus and all them other ones, that they aren't human, that, you know, they don't have a human counterpart. But hiding this piece of code, this weird code, in essentially a Smith program, because that's what they are, they're programs. And trying to keep him ignorant of what he was in the past, right? Or what that piece of code was in the past, which is a theme that they actually play with in the fourth Matrix. That's how they actually bring them back, is that, you know, when they're brought back without any memory of their previous things, of what they did. And so with each piece of that kind of, you know, going through that same struggle every single time, it is a way to bury a problem. So I think right now, I want to see if I can start this Heart of Deimos quest. Yeah, I can. I think I have to do this solo. Let me see. Maybe not. I mean, maybe that is it. That's very possible as far as why Entrati would want to go to Tau. I just know that seems to be like a common thing that the Orokin like to talk about, per se. And the man on the wall, again, I don't think that's Entrati because I don't, where did all his injuries go? When he says that thing at the end about going to Tau. And given that the man on the wall kind of knew Ballas' whole situation, given the fact that like he was leading us to Ballas in certain things, he would know that Ballas wanted to go to Tau.
Intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
Oh, I think I went to the wrong thing, didn't I? I guess I'll do it after this.
You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
I do this like all the time, where I think I'm going to one quest and then I go to a different thing. That being said, I will take this. We got the capture mission done. Yay. So good. I don't know if he's conceptually embodied, well, by us at least. How about that? Like, I think Wally is made of the void, right? But
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Mission complete.
well, see,
Excellent work, Tenno.
if you actually go to the Sanctum in the Codex there, they talk about Ballas's opening of the portal was the direct reason why the Indifference is here now. Yeah, you can put stuff in the Discord there. Absolutely. People do it all the time. Well, it's not called America, though. It's like the United States of Libertaria or something. Which is, I find, like I said, I think that's so weird. Why is there different names in 1999 when there are clearly allusions to certain things that are in our reality in the origin system,
We need to clean this area up.
like
Search for the source
you
of
and
the
you and our
infestation
reality.
and exterminate it.
Shotgun, I'm still laughing at that.
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation activity. Let's clean it up.
Oh shit, what I miss? It's early game. I gotta get as much of the stuff as I
Stay
can, you know.
focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Do. Ow. Does anybody play Frame Fighter? Like, ever? Whee. I don't know. There's just a lot of weird stuff about 1999. I must contend. I still believe there's something fishy, dare I say, controlled about it. I gotta start bringing some keys, man. The second time I've been to the void now, missed out on the keys. It is the fighting PvP thing.
Now get to
The Mortal
extraction.
Kombat simulation thing. I just don't know about that, you know? We all in? Very nice.
Complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Very nice indeed. Okay. All right, let's see if will it let everybody in here? Or just okay, it's a single player mission. I'm gonna have to kick you all. I apologize. It was fun. Thank you. Thank you very much for helping me out. But it is now time to Deimos, the heart of it. just in case I want to pause it here. Babe, can you get me some water? Thank you. Little parched. Ran out of water. I apologize. Yes, this is true. I do like that. Thank you very much for your help, Audme. Appreciate that. And yeah, that what you're talking about with the dual nature of mind and body that used to be there before the void. Now they all worship the void. I got to get some of that water. Give me some water. And my girl was like, okay. I definitely will. Thank you. Thank you for the encouraging messages on the Deimos. And yes, I did know about old Gregory V and his nefariousness, let's say.
You received our distress signal. Mother will be pleased.
What? Visitors? Look at you now, a real chip off the old monolith, huh?
It's creepy.
Just the right sort to save us from the coming cataclysm. Come on!
We agreed. I was handling orientation protocol.
Sorry, Lloyd. It's just too exciting.
We are in crisis, Tenno.
That's not my
Our defense
superpower.
against the Grey Strain has
We all
failed.
have different ones in
The
Floyd.
Necrolis
Mine
is
is that
in
I can
lockdown,
continue to
but it
talk
doesn't matter.
about stuff
The
that nobody
infestation
cares
has
about amongst my
compromised
family
the
members
very
for
heart
hours
of
on
it.
end, and they just have to deal with
We
it.
have
And
been
I'm like
forced to
completely
rephase
oblivious. It's like
into
they have no
Martian.
power against me.
But how are you, anyway?
That's what I do. It worked good for you two. Just saying.
As I was saying, our defense situation is dire.
Hey,
Our remaining
Tenno.
necromechs have reverted
How are
to
you?
their
Thank you.
autonomous
Appreciate
kill precepts. They will not distinguish you from those things.
I call that one Bitey Scratchikins.
It is imperative you meet Mother, receive her instructions, and prevent the
Otak
imminent
was an Archimedean
interdimensional
too.
catastrophe.
A good one.
Demonstrate your
remember.
combat readiness, and I
Wonder if he
will
and
grant
Lloyd
you the requisite
had
security
beef.
clearance. Good luck.
Interdimensional? What?
Otak, I've already explained it.
Sounds like it bears repeating, Lloyd.
Ah, Deimos. Very cool. I actually remember before this quest, things were a bit different. I mean, you can obviously the cadaver aspect that they have. I would imagine that those were made from cadavers, but they could have been human beings too, because at the end of the day, like, Yorkin didn't really, life was cheap to them, you know, like exceptionally cheap. I need to put my arc wing in the loadout there. Apologize, you're about to hear some fireworks from nearby consistent Disney property thing. So if it does get in there, that's my fault. I apologize, but there's really nothing that I can do.
Hive located. Destroy it with weapon fire.
Yeah, see, like, a lot of, like, what Eleanor speaks specifically about are some really, let's say, unique capabilities. Maybe even stuff that she shouldn't necessarily, you know, have the ability to. She's very, very unique in the fact that she has, like, this double dose of stuff with the void in with an extra helping of tech rot.
All hostiles down. Move on and destroy the next hive.
Take care, Steve. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for the help too. Oh, boo! I was hoping that would just spring right open, but no, it didn't. Little Poppy in there. Remember, it's been a long time since I've done this quest. You're in the way, sir. Thanks. Well, I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why they've been kept in the dark about everything.
Okay, now that they're good and mad, hope you're ready.
And it does really kind of at least beg to ask the question if the whole thing with, like, if we're not going to find out later, because you know how, like, we essentially are, like, what's his name? Sun gets blamed. Wow. Okay. You know how Sun gets blamed for letting the infestation in when they did the bomb? Essentially, that's kind of what happened. I don't know if a lot of people know that, but the reason why Deimos is as infested as it is because the sentience had gotten here, and because of how important this area was, the Orokin hit it with a infested bomb and essentially just covered the planet in this stuff. And the idea was that those in the Necrolis were supposed to have, like, kind of closed everything up and made sure that they weren't going to be able to be infected by it. But then Sun supposedly purposely lets an aspect of one of the species, I think it was Kylie's, one of her species, out, and they get infected somehow, and then that's how they all ended up losing their memory, and I just can't help but think that at least in some ways that's awfully convenient for what Entrati wanted to have happen. And if we come to find out later that it was he who is responsible for what happened to the family and not Sun, and he just kind of put the blame on Sun to, you know, get out of blame, because that's kind of what he does. Yeah, essentially. Oh yeah, Christopher. Yep. Man, I remember spending so much time here right around the launch of Whispers. It was just like every other day I was back and forth here trying to listen in for any little tidbit or clue.
The infestation wormed into everything. After the Great Purge, there were no Dax, no Tenno to defend the place. Just us.
It's not your fault, Ship.
Technically, it is. And now you face an existential threat. If the heart stops beating, The wellspring of your power dies with it.
Have we tried turning it off and on again?
This is a very interesting part
He's the
here.
head of the Entrati family. What's left of her anyway? Mother, wake up.
Probably the most famous character in Warframe.
Lloyd,
At least
I had
the most important.
distressing dream.
Here we go again.
The wall of Loke was before us. I had my proofs. My father's. I could hear him. I could hear him tapping at the untimed door.
Mother?
We went in, but again, he wasn't there. My husband congratulated me. Sarcastic halfwit. All the while, hiveweed was sprouting all around us. But it was just a dream.
No, Mother. You did all of that. You're as wormed as the rest of this place. The heart is about to fail, remember?
Oh, fuck.
Functional? We are. And we've summoned Ship here to help us.
It'll take more than an old Orokin thug to keep the heart beating.
Let's learn about the heart.
It's what makes you special. You know that, right? All thanks to my father. It pumps the arteries of the here and the void. The Entrati family has maintained it for an age, but it's breaking down, and only that idiot knows how to fix it. The man I used to call my husband. I think he's left for good this time. Maybe you can find him. Probably sulking somewhere outside.
You can feel the love. You know, you can really feel it. Oh, wait, I forgot. Do a little of this action. Yes, this is actually a second account. This is my girl's account. But she never plays, ever. But I feel like at some point, when she does finally come around, this will at least, her character will be ready to go. And if she doesn't ever play, well, then I can still use it for stream. So it's a win-win. Now. Oh, you know what? I need an Arcwing launcher, don't I? Crap. I forget how to get those. Have to look into that. I don't think the Tenno needs the heart. That's the thing.
Detecting active necromech signals nearby.
I think
it could be Father. He loves a good fight. Whatever you do, don't mention Mother. Nothing he hates more.
I personally think that when it comes to the heart, right, that in order to control the warframes, that back and forth there, before, no, remember, before the Tenno went through the what do you call it, the new, or the War Within, because old Tenno would not have had the ability of what we can do today. They would not be able to just walk around freely and stuff. That was the whole concept of what we did in the War Within. And you know, in what's Teshin even talks about it, that like that's what he was referring to when Teshin was saying that Margulis didn't what he says, Margulis didn't hide the children, she erased the children. And that's exactly what she did. When she put them into the transference, she kind of, excuse me, seriously limited their abilities and their powers. And I think originally the transference was actually powered by the heart, right? Because the Tenno in their quote-unquote depowered state wouldn't necessarily be able to control the Warframes on their own without the heart. I think once we kind of got past that whole thing,
This must be one of the last of Father's necromechs. It won't last long.
that's where I think the heart kind of loses a little bit of its necessity.
Its struggle is a valiant one, but I fear the worst for our metal friend.
I mean, Zerg is a good name, just saying. I think the heart powers up all kinds of things that are void power. Like, I would say probably the Railjacks are probably have some kind of connection to the heart. The Warframes probably on their own still have like a connection. I just don't know that necessarily outside. Again, this is just me speculating here, mind you, trying to kind of put things together. But you know how like whenever the Tenno's in the transference thing in the orbiter, I would assume that thing is probably powered by the heart. But when the Tenno is outside of it, like out here and just, you know, doing what he does, I would have to say I can't really see how the void. What am I? There we go. Yeah, void rails. I could see that too. That would probably be another one. The solar rails. They could probably, that, given that void was so instrumental in what Entradi even called their like space exploration and whatnot, I would absolutely think that there's probably a connection there in some degree, some capacity. Someone's making popcorn in the house and it smells good. I think that's really what kind of is. It's like this interconnected, almost Wi-Fi like situation where this one area essentially void or pumps out all kinds of. Oh, sorry, Father. Yes, that's what I'm going for too. I want the delivery.
You fight well for a runt frame. If you're ever interested in something a little more old war-sized. Wait. She didn't send you looking for me.
I don't necessarily if it's just the fingers.
I am not.
I would say the fingers are definitely one of the main usages. Absolutely. Like that is the conduit by which the Railjacks are powered. So you could definitely make that connection. That the heart is pumping that right through.
As bright as a bag of hammers, and just as dependable.
Yes, it is strange.
Not like you. When I met her, Mother, she was as brilliant as she was broken. Chasing her father's ghost, convinced he was still out there.
Try finger butthole. Any dark or any FromSoft game, you're gonna find that one.
I thought I could fix her. Like she was a loose light board or leaky hydraulic. So yes, she's right about me. I am an idiot.
Well, at least you can
But
admit
I'm a
that.
reformed idiot. I'm
Well, that's a better
done
version.
with her. This heart is breaking down is just another tactic of hers. Don't you see? Everything has to be about her.
That went well.
We must prove
Yeah,
to
let's
Father
let
that
the
is
entirety of the
deteriorating.
world fall apart
This
because you guys
will
are having
be
marital
more
problems.
dangerous
I
than
love
any
it.
Gray strain monster we faced. We have to talk to daughter.
This is probably one of those situations where a father should consider being indifferent versus emotional. But actually, what we come to find with the Oricon, if you really think about it, they're a bunch of highly emotional and, dare I say, emotionally stunted individuals that cause more problems with their outbursts than they ever solve. That's a really good point. Like, what did all those other frames, did they feel this? That's a really good point. And if they did, the next time Stalker comes and is like, shows up and does the thing, and be like, hey, remember that one time where you couldn't like function, period, and you were just like sitting there and you couldn't remember why about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? Yeah, I fixed that. So get off my back and let me watch the kid. Because then we can get a little cradle decoration in our orbiter or in our orbiters and stuff, and then you could like put them in there and doot doot doot. Now, is she listening to Party of Your Lifetime? That's the question. This is one of the things I was so interested in figuring out when I first thought about doing a second character. Is she listening to it? Because that would mean, okay, in this world then, in this new variation, because our Tenno, when we walked up here, there was no Party of Your Lifetime.
Oh, aren't you a fascinating specimen? Organic ferrous exoflesh, hybridized internals, untimed trace.
Holy shit.
You're a Tenno, aren't you?
Sad part is at this point in the story, right? Every one of the people that we're speaking to knows what we are, and not one of them says anything.
You need me to tell you where it is, which I wouldn't have to bother with if not for my parents, whose collective heads are so far up their collective lower sigmoids, the only air they breathe is what they secrete.
I just want to help. And maybe you could get me a copy of that track.
Oh, that's kind of sweet, but look at us. We are beyond help. The disease vectors are too complex, changing faster than I can study them. We can only prolong the inevitable. Look, if you help me get back some of what my brother shredded, I'd be happy to return the favor. Deal?
City's on 11. It's 2,000 degrees. Well, I mean, if Umbra was awake, I would think it would had to have affected him, even if he was in that prison. So when we get back to the ship, when I get back to my other character, I'm gonna have to talk to Umbra about what he's gonna be getting me for Christmas this year. About that. Maybe before I go out there. I think it was just part of the fashion. You know what, True 10 or 210 I was actually discussing that with someone else last night that I was worried kind of about that because if they're going to have new chats too, like, are we going to be getting new chats like for all these proto frames? All like, it just seems like a lot. And hey, look, if DE wants to give us all that, I am all for it. But like, that to me sounds like so far above and beyond what I would expect from a company. Like, so if DE does that, like they keep adding new dialogue for the current proto frames, and we get proto frames or dialogue for the new proto frames. Like they're bringing the hardest gear now. Like when that's Warframe's the new stuff's coming at you in. It's the best here. Is what I'm trying to say. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. You know what? Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with cry rounds because I do like the freezies if we can get it to actually proc. Certainly. I'd love to get. I'm not going to go through it again. You all know my thoughts on the whole Saren proto frame, mommy Ruzalka. That's what I want. Frame thing. Whatever. It's damage. I just don't have any endo, so it's kind of not in the best position here in that regard. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's have a little speed trigger. And there's nothing near Ore Corpus. No. Okay. Yeah, Temple's definitely getting one of the new proto frames. We kind of know that already. And we only know that because Rebecca let something slide. Which is definitely pretty funny. Take 60%, I don't mean to be a jerky here, but if you don't mind, I just got to do one quick thing before we go to I'm going to go to Maru, and I think I have one Iatan. So we got I'd love to, Rhino would be, I'd love to see Rhino. He's like in my inner crew. I would say, do you all have like an inner, like a crew of firsts? I guess I would call them. Like there's like your Warframes that you like. If a particular mission comes up, you're like, oh, that one, and you just pick it. Like for me, it's like Saren. The frames that I use consistently, like the main group, are Saren, Rhino, Revenant, Cyto 9 now, Dante, Necros, Loki, and I'm trying to think if there's any other one that I like.
Did you hear, Tenno? I'm turning everyone's
think if I have any
treasures
other.
into Endo. If
Might
you're
all be.
looking for
That might be
Maru's
all of them
Bazaar,
that I use
you've
like
come to the
with
right
heavy
place.
consistency. Oh, you know what?
Hey, Shiny, you know about Endo, right? Those particles you use to boost your eye have any leads on hidden iotans? Of course. Though retrieving them won't be easy. Or safe, really. But then again, you probably knew that. I knew it. Okay, let's do this.
Yemru.
Okay, you know the drill. Get in. Get the Iotan treasure. Don't get killed. Simple, right?
She didn't do my favorite line. Like when she goes, "Time to find some antiquities." Maybe in the process I'll pick up a little bit of
There's no doubt in my mind.
leveling here. I do think we should be okay for some of these. Although, given the fact that it's in the derelict one versus like one of the regular ones, it means we're probably going to have to do that one mission the one thing in particular that you kind of have to like fly around.
Out by the death of infested. Lay low and
But we'll
it should
see.
go away, or amp up the fight to draw it out.
Zaku's another one. Yeah, I use Zaku too. Okay. That's another one. I don't use Jade because I feel like I wouldn't put my mom through. I wouldn't put a mom through battle. She just sit at home and chill. She's been through enough. Oh shit. I don't necessarily know if that's what I was looking to do, but I guess it's done now.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. The Juggernaut. I think you made it angry. Good work.
That's what it seems like. Where's the Juggernaut, bitch?
Multiple biosignatures detected. We've got infested incoming.
Doot 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 doot. Yes, I'll have some, thanks. Oh, Wukong would actually be pretty good. I'm kind of locked to Volt right now. I can do Volt, and I can do Volt. Yes, have some. Sorry, all, but I'm in early game. I need all the resources I can get, and like this area in particular is always nice and juicy. Sometimes you actually even get some decent stuff. Although again, if we were in the, I wish we were doing the Orkin, like the non-derelict version, because you get way more stuff.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Where'd the Juggernaut go? Oh, he's here. There he is. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ah, God. Not good. I don't know what to say. I did not expect to get caught on that little thing right there. I was, oh. He's dead? Yay! Take some Furliax. Oh. Get some of those nanospores. I need that. I mean, really, you need everything, you know, in the beginning, but... Actually, this is one of the things that I kind of miss about Warframe now. That, you know, when I first started playing it, like, you didn't really know what the heck was going on, what you needed, what you didn't need. So, with the type of player that I am, like, I just, like, looted everything. And I love that. Like, I like that type of gameplay. I really enjoy the whole... You know, just getting everything, finding little secrets and little... Probably another underrated aspect of some of early game is that you have a lot better opportunity to kind of, like, look at the visual story building, like the, you know, oh shit, and get killed by poison easier. But, you know, you can kind of like look back on a lot of the things that, especially in the early game, because you didn't really know what you were doing the first time around, and you had limited health and limited power and limited, you know, really everything. Like, you couldn't really focus on the game itself. You know, you had to just worry about what objectives were kind of in your immediate
Stay focused. There's a
purview.
heavy unit approaching.
But when you do it a second time, did I just come from here? No. Because you know the game so well, and you're obviously a lot better at it than you were the first time, and you kind of understand how, you know, like, I'd say a large portion of the enemies actually behave, what you can get away with and what you can't. See, like, you know, you might think you're in trouble there, but you're fine. And this is like the relaxation run, if you will. Where even though I got killed there a second ago, I know. I also realized that I didn't lose a lot, you know, so I don't take it to heart. Oh, I was saying earlier about asking how I knew about the time limit. And that's because I went through my first sabotage. Check this out. With this character. This is a story of how looting can get you in trouble, by the way. So I go through my first sabotage with this character. Literally all 3 of the secret caches were on the good side. On the good side of the sabotage. So I found all 3 of them. Found a cephalon fragment, and then found, ready for this, an Orda Iatan this early in the game. You know, like one of the, aside from like the one you get from sorties and whatnot, it's like it's the most expensive one, endo-wise. Excuse me. So I'm jacked, right? I'm so excited. I'm like, dude, I get this. Like, this is like 3,500 endo. Like, we can do work with this. This is nice. So I get done with the sabotage thing, and I'm screwing around, looting, and blah blah blah. You know, kind of going through the whole, you know, just looking for stuff. Oh, what's this? Getting some credits here and there. Dum-da-dum.
Well, this should be fun.
And then I failed the mission.
First, you know, limber up.
And, you know, just lost all of it. And it was great. Oh, good. That's a good thing. Yeah, I'll try to go through as many of the little secrets in these Orkin things as I remember. So if you haven't maybe seen them yourself,
Don't look now, tin
Aw,
stuff.
Piv.
There's an
Boo.
I-10 nearby. That's what we came here for.
so in the
Sounds
Orc,
fun.
in like the pristine version of this run, right? You can get all
Stay
kinds of
focused.
gold mods
There's a
here.
heavy unit approaching.
But when you do the
Heavy
derelict
infestation
version, you rarely ever get anything out of these. Oh, I know, it was an Orda too. That's the thing. It was an Orda. It was an Orda. It's so pretty. These things still get me jacked. They still get me pumped up. Like when I find one of those statues, I still am excited about it. Because they're so cool, you know? There's actually a thing in here usually in the Oracle version or the pristine version, but I don't know if there's anything in there that's not. No. Try to stay as far away from the poison as humanly possible. So we got our statue. That was actually a fairly easy one. There's another one that's in the derelict that's actually, I think, more difficult. It like kind of almost requires you to do a lot of aim gliding to get through it. Unless you have titanium, then it's the easiest thing in the world. Anything good and tasty around here? Oh, I'll take that. That's what I did in the beginning too with the sculptures, right? Because they're so cool, right? They're like one of the coolest decorations that you can get. But they're worth a ton of endo. So, that's the thing. In early game, it's not easy to get all that endo, you know? So if you're looking for like the quickest way to kind of upgrade your stuff, you almost have to be willing to part with your
Came to trade, or did you find some I-10 treasures you want endo from?
your treasures, your iotans, at least in the beginning. And yeah, that's what I got to do. That's what I got to do. I can't remember what mastery rank you have to get to in order for it to autofill. See, an Orda is worth
Hey,
literally,
Welcome
I
to
think,
my bazaar. Tenno from all over the system come here to trade.
more than both of
Need any
these two,
pointers?
maybe? Yeah, I think it's 3,500. So you get out of an Orda, you get more than both of those together. But
Wow, Tenno, I'm
needs
impressed.
must.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen such a complete collection of Iatan treasures.
It was 2 of the same
Okay,
one.
Got anything else you want to convert? See you around, tin suit.
Tenno, remember me? We never got introduced.
No.
Name's
This person, no.
Former Dax. Was so nice till our mutual friend over there popped my pod. Wasn't too happy about waking up with all my friends.
I'm the same way.
dead.
My order's filled.
And
And my other
headache
character
bigger
is
than
filled with
Hunhouse
iTans.
ass.
And like, thing is
But
you
a
get to a
looker
point in the
sweet as
game though,
Maru?
it's
Yeah, I can
there's
help you
no,
forget anything.
you don't really need them anymore. They're better for a decoration at that point, right?
You're not here for my life story. You're hunting antiquities, right? Crimes? I can make
Raze,
that
that's the
happen.
best. That's what you gotta
If
do. If
you
you do
bring
have that
Yaya.
luck, you gotta share it with somebody, especially somebody that doesn't have that luck. We're not gonna get into the
Nothing
lore of
left to
this right
chance if You're
now.
bringing regal Aya. The circling hawk may choose its don't go, leaving. any
We're
consent.
gonna leave that for another stream. That's its own thing. So we're gonna go and leave, and then use some of this hard-earned endo, cabbie, Buddha. Call it what you want. Worth. I think it's hilarious that like that's actually a reward of hitting a certain master rank is that it will auto fill in the statues for you. Piv does look like a heart. And when you really think about it, what are those things? Now that we've seen the, like in Trotty's labs and how there's like human parts and stuff that are essentially kind of organized and are used to power things, and you know how they're like essentially the Iatans are like perpetual motion machines, if you will. See where I'm going with this? Okay, so I'm gonna have that done there. That's gonna cost way too much in the end, but we can probably get away with. Wait, what happened? Oh, I only have 4 left. That sucks. Maybe the sword could use it. Oh, hell, yeah. Pressure point. Oh, yeah. Nice. Nice. Let me see. We got Molten Impact. Instead of that, let's go with this. I don't really want magnetic either, though. Wow. I guess the best thing to be, just because of the infested, at least get some heat in there, right? Certainly. Wait, I don't want to go Organ Shatter. I was actually going to go with... There's really no sense in putting organ shatter on if I don't have the thing to increase. Oh, there we go. That probably makes more sense. It's true. I mean, but again, Lavos's tools are more. I mean, they're kind of conjured, aren't they? Like on the spot. He doesn't like keep vial. He doesn't keep like loads of ingredients in his back pocket or something, where he can just keep conjuring up, mixing and do 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 do. Sorry, buddy. I know this is taking a little bit here. I apologize, but just want to make it so I don't get absolutely massacred when I go back into the back on the Deimos there. I guess let's give it some more damage, yeah. Digital pocket storage dimension, but and I'm all for that concept, but again, doesn't it kind of mean that they're utilizing the void, to kind of make that pocket? Like, you can't just make it out of nothing. So if maybe he's like pulling it from like a portal in the void, and I can see that, like kind of like Hermione's bag, the, like where you can put all kinds of junk in it, like that. Okay, I can get behind that. Sure. A bag of holding. Yes, a bag of holding. That's a lot to maybe just tail it back there. That's a lot of endo to just. That's like giving all of your bank account up. You just don't want to. Hey, come on now. Don't give it all. Well, I guess I should probably put something on this guy too, huh? Damn. This poor guy has just no mods whatsoever. It's actually kind of depressing. All right, that sounds all right, Eleanor. I chose Eleanor. The craziest part, here's how the thing went too. Okay. So originally I was like about Eleanor. And then as I kind of got more into as more reveals came out and stuff, I was like, you know what? I like where Letty's going with things. So I was into her. And that's what I went into as the Hex Quest began. That I was going to try to connect with Letty. So the quest keeps going, right? And as it does, I noticed two things. One, I'm not connecting with Letty nearly as easily as I am with both Eleanor and Aoi. So I was like, okay, I can see where this is going. And then what got even weirder was if I saw a face up there, it wouldn't surprise me. It seemed like the way that our conversations were going was that Aoi was going to be the one that I got connected with first, most easily. But then I remember before
you're going to help me rebuild
we
the sample
before I
collection.
even got to a point
You're
where I could
probably
ask
wondering what
some.
happens to it in the first place. Why don't you
Can't even
ask
turn that down while you're
brother,
talking to me
when
on
you
the
see
telephone.
him?
Anyway, when right before the time when you actually got the ability to like date somebody, ask out on a date, every time I walked by Eleanor, it was the same line over and over and over and over again. She was like, "Oh, some relationships you just can't deny. Some relationships you can't deny." And this was like in Halvania Mall and stuff like that. And you know, I was just like, okay, fine. I won't deny it. And I didn't. So then I picked Eleanor. And she's chilling in the back rooms now. Probably talking to the tech rod.
We call that worm
Or
Fats.
Ruzalka.
Don't worry about him, though. He's got bigger problems than you.
See, doesn't Fast look a little bit like that thing at the end of, like right before you go in 1999?
Rome, his sister, they don't get along, as you'll soon see.
That's what we do. We at least whisper to the walls. Or if nothing else, they whisper to us. Oh, I'm going to need
This
this
is a good
later.
opportunity for you, actually. There should be useful detritus falling from the explosion. Try not to get crushed, little one.
Turn that down. I can't hear what you're telling me.
Don't feel the least bit sad for him. He'll regenerate and even empty your head and exact his revenge. An endless cycle. Though it's the only proof I've got that the hive mind can be divided. Just collect what you can so you can get to the task at hand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't regret for a second picking Eleanor because as far as what I wanted to kind of talk about and understand more about within this quest, she was the perfect conduit because she's the one that seems to be kind of, she's got like an in, or at least a connection to both the man on the wall and the infested. So we're getting some real behind the scenes type information with her that I don't think we would have gotten necessarily with the other proto frames. Again, I don't know that for certain. It's more of just something that I've devised from what I've seen from her and what I've seen from other people, you know, with what they've shared. Not to say that others don't have similar things periodically. I'm just saying that she seems to be the most intertwined with the arcane.
Above the surface to feed. Don't bother trying to spear them in the exocrine itself. Too damn viscous. Their biology is crucial to my study. Infested, but not entangled in shared consciousness. If there's a hope.
Oh
to
yeah,
halt
there's
an
been a bunch of
elemental decline, it
little
might be
neat
here in these humble little specimens.
collaborations DE
Get
does,
to
but they
it.
do them so tastefully.
Looks like you got the hang of it.
I'm a big
But
fan
you have to
DE.
understand,
I don't know if you guys knew
helping
that.
my
So I
so-called
make sure you
family
understand
is
that
the
I am a little bit
last thing
biased
I'm
whenever I
inclined
say
to
these
do.
things.
You'll have to make
Okay,
it
come back here.
worthwhile.
Oh, you little jerk. What? No.
All right, that's enough. Return the specimens
Probably
to me, and I'll give Lloyd what he
sugary
needs to
sweet.
take you down to
I'd
the
say what they taste like. Let me get some of this haptic frond. I've been looking for some of that. Home Depot doesn't carry that at all. What the hell? No, I don't want to do that. I want my ability. Stop doing that. There we go.
I'm afraid I cannot open the gate with hostiles in proximity. You'll need to destroy them before I even think of powering the door.
I didn't realize I still had my thing. That was pretty cool, actually. Apparently you cannot hook the Deimos juggies with a fishing rod. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I need to like maybe get some survivability going with my frames. But again, this is one of the situations that when you're playing a second character, it's like I don't even care. Well, again, you know, the thing that you have to remember with some of these concepts is we look at alchemy in a completely different way than the Orcan would have looked at alchemy, okay? When it comes to the Orcan and their thoughts of alchemy, it's based upon largely what they've seen, not necessarily theoretical concepts. Do you know what I'm saying? So when we talk about it, alchemy in our world, whereas absolutely there's a belief structure with it, and you know there very well may be tons and tons of aspects of truth that are associated with it. Many of the things that people talk about are kind of almost make believe in nature, potentially. Like I guess there's a possibility that the Philosopher's Stone can be created. Lord knows there's enough data out there on what the process is quote unquote supposed to be with distilling your urine and drinking it and doing all this crazy crap. You know, I mean, you literally, that's in case you're wondering, if you're looking to make the Philosopher's Stone, it involves a lot of distilling and then making your urine into different things and then eating or ingesting this and kind of doing this process in a bunch of different methods with different heats, different tolerances. It's an incredibly crazy process, right? But you know, the idea of what I'm saying is like I don't know, maybe you do. I don't know anybody that's like, say, like they did it. Oh yeah, my buddy. Yeah, he figured it out. Like this Philosopher's Stone. Yeah, he has one at home. You know, I imagine he's probably about 300 years old now. I don't know. I've never really asked him, but yeah, I've seen it, and you know, he has all this stuff. Like that's the difference between our alchemy and their alchemy. In their world, the things that they would postulate on walls and stuff like that, and things that they would write, they would make happen, like legitimately make happen. In fact, in many cases, it was common knowledge that these concepts and these things are possible in this world, where in our world, it's theoretical, you know, for the most part. So there is a huge, like, kind of difference in that regard. And well, and again, so, and Chris, that's one interpretation, but there are people, many people, who believe that the Philosopher's Stone is not a internal type of purification of yourself in order to get to, say, a level close to individuation, or like close to what, like, you know, people consider a nirvana state of pure peace, or pure assimilation of both aspects of your psyche. There is that group of people, and that's probably the one that I'm more into, right? But there are literally groups of people who discuss every day their methods, what they're doing, discussing different potential things that they might need to do with other people in regards to actually creating a real Philosopher's Stone in our world. Like, there are Reddit posts that speak about this sort of thing. Yes, that's a good one, True 10-0, that basically, whereas we talk about the things in ours and they are more the abstract, in Warframe's world, they are the reality. So alchemy, dare I say that alchemy could never be considered anything close to like religion or religious zealotry, because it's true. It's a science. Alchemy is a science in Warframe, not a pseudoscience. It's an actual science. Whereas in ours, it's more kind of like walks that line. You gonna turn that down? Nope.
I remember my birthday. Woke with a knot in my stomach. The hum of my specimen tanks was missing, silent. But I was surprised to find a little box wrapped in a red bow. A gift from my family that never, ever remembered. The note said, "Best wishes for my best sis." Can you guess what was in the box? A white powder, as smooth and fine as silk. My entire collection, cremated, atomized, and returned as a gift by my deranged brother. If you see him on your descent to the heart, don't be fooled. He'll stab you in the back if he thinks it'll get him a moment's notice from Mother.
Yeah, and just for context, when you pick up Rubido in Warframe, that is the Philosopher's Stone. Rubido, as some people call it.
Proceed to the heart. Otak and I
Well,
will
okay,
take
so
damage
consider,
as
though, that, like, kind of what I was talking about earlier, that
Lots of Barty Scratchikins on the scope.
I'm starting to, you can choose to view the, you can choose to view the situation however you want, but I'm starting to view the world in a kind of a different manner, in that, like, the void is all around us. It's everywhere. So if there's a being that can manipulate the void, right, to do different things, then everything is subject to be manipulated, which I think would be in line with what's happening with the 1999 quote-unquote timeline and it infecting our reality. Something that really shouldn't, like, necessarily happen. Rubido, take a look at it, and then you'll know, you'll get to a better idea of that is essentially what is the element the behind what is considered for the Philosopher's Stone, and the process by which of creating Rubido, be it physically or spiritually / mentally, however you want to, look at that. Yeah, you get down. Let's see you there. Yes, I do believe that's what Odd Me was referring to.
Noticed my collar, did you? A not so gentle reminder from dearest mother. No one in the universe can hold a grudge as deep or as long. She took away all my Entradi command words with it. Lloyd's got more respect in this family than I do. One simple mistake.
To be fair, it was not exactly a simple mistake.
How many times do I have to say I'm sorry? I broke the containment protocol. I carried
Now,
the
Jamie, I'm
spores
not
in.
sure about that, but I do
screwed
think that you
up.
could
And suddenly,
make
they
the
all
connection
acknowledged my
in
existence.
that aspect
Suddenly,
has still
something
has a
I'd
level
done
of
actually
purification to
mattered.
go
As if humiliating
to
me would undo what happened to them.
reach
We're a
that
lost
that
cause.
level.
The infestation will
In the
come for what's
Negrita,
left
that
of us
is.
in time. Speak of them, and they shall appear.
Pretty cool, though, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think that's what DE was going for. You know,
Admit it, Tenno.
come on.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Maybe it's not the abomination you think it is. Maybe it knows better than Mother. Maybe we ought to succumb to it. Let it win.
Sun has strange ideas about what victory looks like.
It's an interesting perspective there, considering how closely
We
it
all
matches something
depend on
else.
the heart to keep the wall open to the other side. If the heart stops, everything goes with it.
I don't necessarily know if the Tenno has reached their full potential, but they have definitely, they're coming into their own as far as being a force in their own right, even more so devastating than what they were under Orokin control. I mean, I think that the whole thing was the power was part and parcel with the curse. Like you don't get the power. Am I even hitting this thing? Or? You didn't get the full power of the indifference without having the constant nagging and influence of the indifference, right? So during the second dream, there's a voice line that talks about specifically the Tenno being put into the pods and Margulis making the comment that you'll have to sleep now, child. Don't worry. This will keep from letting the voices take hold. And so this is where I kind of go back to what I thought of, one of the supporting aspects of why I believe the deal to be rooted in a revenge plot against the Orokin, because to me it makes sense that the voice would continue to tell the children to do bad things to the Orokin people, which, they kind of did it to Margulis, they did it to Colleen. And I'm sure that's only just a few of the Orokin, and they were trying to help the kids. And actually, some of the dialogue from the Tenno's perspective in Second Dream, even kind of makes that remark that like that they kind of even felt a little bit guilty about what they had done to certain people that like they hadn't done anything, and it really makes me kind of think that. Let's go look around, see if there's anything fun or interesting down here that I missed. That the man in the wall has a major thing against the Orokin specifically, and that's what we were kind of here for. So Wally, okay. Here's my interpretation, and that's all you're going to get on this from anybody. Nobody knows for certain. Wally, okay, first let me ask this question. Who are we referring to? The Tenno operator version of the indifference? Intradi's version of the indifference? The man in the wall, like the Vitruvian form that we see at the end of the new war? Because I think the new data that we've received makes a differentiation
I'm
between.
embarrassed to say I'm unsure what to make of this.
So,
Tenno,
if
can
you
figure it out.
Let's see, wait, we got I3, top thing and bottom thing. Okay. Wait, I don't have my Tenno. What do I do? Oh, you can just activate it. Oh, okay.
What's up, Chip? Why aren't you doing the thing? Do the thing. Do the thing, Chip. Do it.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm just used to having a Tenno to do it, dude. Calm down. I was in another time before this. Didn't I get them all?
Success.
Oh, and there it is. It is interesting how certain things are going on in the Necrolysk, isn't it? Like I said, you have all these different body parts, especially in the Sanctum, powering things. And there is the untimed door. Now watch this, because you don't get to see this too frequently. But look, if you watch long enough, you're going to see aura worms come through on the other side. Well, at least I've seen them. I don't want to get too close, because then I don't know. Maybe it's hard to see. That might be really difficult to see back there. There's a statue of Intradi right over here too, on either side. There he is, right there, there. Now this thing coming out of the untimed door is kind of significant, and nobody talks about it. It's like, what were you doing in there? And does anybody remember who actually?
I didn't expect to get through the door before I had a chance to finish. Forgive me. This is the only way.
So do we all know who's controlling the necromech there?
By the heart. It's dead.
The wall's closing, Mother. It's over.
Or who, if nothing else, directed the necromech to do that?
You think
we all
this
know.
is good?
Do we all know who it is?
So you're talking to us now.
Mother, don't. This isn't the time.
I see a little silhouette of a man.
Of course you do. Anything to make you feel better about yourself.
I wonder where he gets that from.
Stop. At least he didn't try to kill
Okay,
me.
as soon as this is done, I'll...
You've been playing dead since the day I was born.
Well, I wish...
Grandma.
Stop!
Father's mother.
Tenno, still functional.
Yeah, grandmother.
Listen carefully. Getting back to the surface is not going to be easy. I don't know how to break this to you, but your warframe, it's barely functional. You're going to have to stay low and out of sight.
Oh, hold on. First, I'm just gonna do a little bit of exploring while we're here. We don't get this opportunity to come here too often. So there is Entradi 1. Notice, this is very important. Notice with Entradi, his proportions are different than almost every other Orokin that we see, right? And that is that he does not have the elongated arm. So of all the other Orokin that were like substantial, if you will, that we get to meet along the way, he's the only one that doesn't have that. And I believe that's kind of a significant thing, and it says that he did not do continuity, because that's actually a product, or at least one of the things that occurs when you go through continuity a number of times. So again, this will be something that most people will just, once they're directed to leave, they won't come back and look at this. Now let's see if we can, if we're lucky enough. To catch an Aura Orb. Well, see, I don't think that it does. That passage that you're referring to about Entradi is spoken from the past or from the future within the Requiems. He says, "I'm not going to take the Kokuva now or ever again," meaning potentially he could be just saying, "I'm never going to take it, not now or ever again." Like it's never going to happen. And we know from the information from Entradi's notes that it wasn't continuity that healed him after his trip through the time or the untimed door through this thing. This is the thing that he sliced himself in, right? When he went up to it, essentially it cut him open whenever he pushed on the Seriglass belt. What is a gravid blastema? Where was that at? I don't necessarily know if that's a complete interpretation that way. And like I said, one of the main characteristics of people that have taken continuity is the elongated arm. And he is one of the few Orokin that do not have that. The main Orokin. The ones that would have actually had access to continuity, because it wasn't like everybody had the ability to even take continuity. You had to be picked by the Orokin either as a reward or a punishment in certain ways, like what Ortis experienced. So again, I'm not 100% certain that he ever took continuity. So I'm not sure if this is most likely where Entradi cut off the finger, but it's possible that because there's another untimed door underneath in the necrolisc. So it could have been through that one too. Yeah, long arm is a side effect of continuity.
All right, but there's another up ahead. Watch for its pattern and try to get past it.
The Orkin who were not to all Orkin, the Orkin who had access to it. Remember, Entradi's family was one of the most highly regarded, especially after. Once the Void technology came through, any bit of his, like, former, people, like, believing the Entradis were nothing was over with. He became a main aspect of all of every aspect of Orkin society. No.
Tenno, you've got to avoid detection.
I don't know. It could just be that's an aspect of, like, almost like a mark from moving body to body to body to body. One of the things I actually contemplated about continuity that I think is an interesting aspect of it is, do the people that... So what ends up happening in continuity is there's a group of, bodies, children, and the Orkin who is going to essentially undergo the process gets to choose the next body that they want to utilize, right? So I often thought, like, does that mean that every time they take continuity, does their appearance change? Or do the images or the aspect of the Orkin that we see now, is that just the latest body? And did they choose that based upon the look of, the child or whoever the specimen was that they were doing the continuity with? Did they go through, and was that like an aspect of their choosing process to look for the most beautiful, because that's, they were incredibly vain and everything else like that. Were they looking for the most beautiful people to change bodies with, or to continue their lifespan with? I mean, they don't really say, but it was probably, with the Dax, it was probably drank.
That means we can fix this. We can get the heart back if we work together.
Because I even think that's how they did it whenever they forced it on Ortis, right? If I'm remembering that correctly. Maybe I'm... Amelia, hello! Why is the long arm a side effect of it? Like I said, I don't know. That's one thing they haven't really explained in the lore. They absolutely could alter their bodies. That's where you get, and that's where you get the skin color. If you've gotten to a certain point with your focus school, you can start to get different skin colors. And Orkin could absolutely, they didn't have to be blue.
Do you think they will be willing to go back down? Sun and I can bait the worm to draw the infestation away, up to the surface.
Yeah, Nihil has a long arm.
What about the necromax down there? Just one.
Well, Jamie, that's actually kind of what I assumed, to be completely honest with you, that I was thinking,
I've got the calculus data for a restart.
the arm may grow with every single, like, almost like, kind of like a chart showing how many times, how long you've been doing it.
Let her sleep. Wouldn't want her to worry.
It's too soon for them. Are you sure about this?
Not at all, but we'll have to make an exception. Just this once.
So you can't open this door for me without me being a Tenno. Hold on, let's see. Is there knocking?
All right, with the void closing up, you're gonna be too weak to help in that frame. Snake's in rough shape, but she's got enough juice.
I don't
for
hear
one last
anything.
ride. What do you say? Ready to go old war style?
Well, I mean, somebody made the comment that, especially when you think of the whole flayed flesh for stolen stars comment, that Kuva could be the blood of the void. Hey, Snake.
All right. Not ideal, but I've cross-routed your Warframe impulse stream directly to Snake. Now, she'll feel heavy, but you'll get used to it. Head outside, and we'll run a field test before your descent.
What do you mean the Grenier Queens didn't have it? It was in their staff, right? Oh yeah, I've actually heard it's a good source of Kuva is watching Siege streams. I have heard that. That's true.
We've got to prepare.
Tenno, get down there. You're just going to have to learn.
Good luck on the timeline. No, but the queens weren't in their regular bodies either. They were in Grenier, like almost like a shell, if you will. And that actually kind of goes, the whole queens thing kind of goes into, if you really start to dig into the Yuvan Clerisy thing, right? And this was kind of getting back to a point I was trying to make earlier, that now that we've seen this stuff, this the Kuva in multiple forms, because I actually think you can make the case that the stuff that we see during the New War, that material that makes everybody, that is like the source of the Narmer Veils, is some kind of modified form of Kuva as well. And given that it has a solid form, and it can seem to manipulate memory, perhaps even hold memory, it makes me wonder if the Kuva is necessary for transferring a consciousness from one body to another, right? That is something that has to happen. Wouldn't one kind of also assume that the Kuva was the conduit for the consciousness to move through from one entity to another, and thus you could make the case that the entity's form and consciousness could be held within Kuva, potentially indefinitely, should the right kind of method of storage be, I don't know, derived? And with that in mind, and given how vain the Orkin are, and the fact that they wouldn't want to die, and that if they could die within their current bodies, and there was already the idea that like their consciousness could be, let's say, held, or even like kind of like held in the same way as Voldemort stuffed his soul in the Horcruxes. And given that the Seven would just be the type of people that would keep their consciousnesses
exactly clear,
kind of held somewhere just in
I've
case.
dispersed some specimens to keep the infested out of
Is
the
it
way.
that, would it be that weird to find
so
that
it's okay if
all of the
Powder pellets.
7 could essentially come right back using that old, like, data, if you will, to use another level of continuity to bring themselves into another body, and dare I say, maybe even could be the thing that Ballas did, because we all thought that he was, everybody thought that he was dead, and then, like, he really wasn't. Zariman people were Orkin, yes. I don't really know what makes you have a soul. I know that there's this idea of the aura that's related to Kuva, but kind of not in the same thing. Aura's its own kind of almost like forgotten aspect of the lore that DE doesn't regularly go into too much. In fact, the last time that we've talked about Oro is, wow, it's a long time ago. That's what I mean. That's how I look at Kuva, because it's the thing that's necessary for continuity to work. So, and then you get into the ritual work. Ready? So, the other aspect of the continuity process involves these quote-unquote ritual work. And this is where I got to thinking about Tuval and potentially his, like, encounters with the Void, because he would have had tons of them. He's literally like what you would consider a high priest for continuity. And he spends a great deal of his own time in one of the most void-infested and, like, influenced areas, being that of the moon, where, that's where a lot of the continuity was done, because it had the best, because of the heavy influence of the void within the moon itself. Continuity had the best chances of actually, like, succeeding. So that's why it was typically done in those places, specifically the Uvarium and the Circulus. Technically, the Queens were Orokin, but that wasn't their Orokin bodies. I don't necessarily know what the situation is, because to me, it would seem like, especially, well, first of all, we have to remember that the Orokin were, or the Queens were Orokin, but they were also shunned as Orokin because they were twins, and the Orokin themselves were deathly afraid of twins. I wonder why, right? But so they wouldn't have necessarily had the same, let's say, access to the things that other Orokin would have. But we don't necessarily know what would have happened if the Queen would have drafted with Atenna, which was her original goal in the War Within. Oh, that part about the Michael Jackson moonwalk thing, that's legit.
That's it. All systems active. She's fully operational. Go get him.
All right.
Where the hell is that necromech?
Daughter, the spores. Son, you're on repairs.
No one listens.
Tenno, can't have this area contaminated. Clear out those infested and destroy their spore clusters before we seal the chamber.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have some time in between your jamming out there to deal with this? I think Snake's seen better days, everybody. No offense. Nothing against old Snake here, but like, you know, I see why we put you out. They're like little. Or the soup for the same thing. I've heard that too. Oh, look at this guy. Harvest, leave me alone. That was something that didn't happen last time I was here. Jade Eximus didn't try to get me. All right. Come on, Grandma. Let's see what you got.
Spore clusters clear.
And take you down with Snake.
Ready?
Look at the untimed wall here. It's like almost closed. That's crazy. Get out our fake Omni tool. This Omni gel fixes everything, legit. You gotta get your hands on some of this shit. Space walls, heart valves. I did not know that did that. Really? Some more repair juice going on here. Thank you. Pardon me, just fixing some stuff up. Oh, Siege's heart replacement and repair is done. I will send you the bill.
We pass through and beyond.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be the new thing, Omni Gel.
And a one-way trip for poor Snake. I'll cut the reroute as soon as the heart's beating. And you'll be back to your old self again.
Restart in 3, 2, 1.
You sure you've got the correct derivatives?
Again. 3.
That's true, Shotgun.
2,
That is true.
1.
Perfect. Just perfect.
Yeah, right?
It doesn't
This
make
is what
sense.
happens when you go back and do the
Something
quests
must be
again. You learn
interfering.
all kinds of stuff.
Check the equations.
Well, check them again.
Don't yell at me. Again.
Wouldn't that be crazy if it was Arthur's part? Yeah. Come on, Grandma. What were you doing in the void?
There it is. Tenno, you've got to destroy this thing, or we're back where we started.
You have no idea how jealous I am right now.
You gonna put up a fight, or you just gonna? This is what we're doing.
gave
Convenient.
her a good send-off. You have my thanks. Ah, Snake.
Wouldn't that be crazy if that was our heart? What if it was
But you've
crazy if
earned
it
your
was the
rest,
Void's
all
heart?
right? Rerouting you.
Void does have nice weather right around now.
A rest.
Oh shit, my dog's down there. Come on. That'd be amazing. I'd love to go to Devere with him. It does keep getting better. All right, you. Yeah, what were you doing?
They're an insufferable lot, aren't they?
Yeah, what were you doing?
My son, father, blustery and spineless all at once. His absentee
Hard
wife,
communism.
mother, who can't see past what she's lost to see what she has. And who can blame the children? Daughter, trying to convince herself she's so different. It only makes her more the same. And the boy, poor son, he mistakes kindness for mediocrity. Who's he competing with other than himself? But in a crisis, they can come together.
Uh-huh.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
Even as they've forgotten themselves,
Mm-hmm.
their names, their bonds, they might still be a family.
Seriously,
Seems
this
you're
family's
an
got a
important
lot of
part that
issues.
now.
The
So
whole
maybe I can
family
help
is just...
you and your family.
Wow.
This Warframe, Zaku, somewhat of a family themselves. A sum of many, a composite of others we lost in the ages that our Entrati family has served here.
Yeah, give me that. How about that?
There. And now, I think we've had more than enough excitement for one day. I could do with a little lie down.
I bet you could with all the stuff you've been getting into. You're a shifty one there, Grammy. You're a little shifty one. Oh, we got a mastery rank up. Yeah, the one in particular is pretty huge, isn't it?
Ordis has received messages for the operator. No,
Yeah.
I have not read them.
Hey, Chip. So there's a super secret place on Mars, Tiana Pass. Nothing to do with any old legends or awesome crystals or anything.
Ah.
Probably doesn't even exist. I marked it on your map for you, so you can make sure you don't go there on accident. And you better not come see me afterwards either. Winky face.
Again, another change. First time I went through here, I did not get that. Yeah. I mean, if I fail these ones here, I feel like I deserve to fail them, right?
He makes something.
This will probably be the one where you have to like platform and I'll just screw it all up, but you never know.
You have proven your skills with weapons, Tenno. But what of your endurance? Can you survive this onslaught?
Oh, really? This is the content I came here for. Am I going to fail this? Oh, you have just survived. Oh, okay, okay. I was thinking, I'm like, when are they going to stop? I guess they're not going to. Like that part in Tron, you know? What should I do? Survive.
A formidable performance. This test.
I want to play Lunar against Ballas and break his ankles.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Shotgun, if I would have done that, at least you'd have had something to remember me by forever.
Check your inbox, operator. Maybe Ordis will get a message someday.
All right. Well, everybody, I do believe we're just about, roughly about 5 hours into the stream, and we have completed the Heart of Deimos, so I do believe this is where we're going to call the stream for the evening. I hope you did enjoy our time talking about Warframe lore and stuff and, you know, all the things. I hope you'd be willing to come back next week and do it all again. Look for a video to come out tomorrow night. I just need to come up with a thumbnail. That's fine. And then we'll be in good shape. I'm still trying to think of an interesting one. So at the end of the day, as soon as I get that done, should be in good shape. But I plan on premiering that. It'll probably be like tomorrow night, around 10 p.m. EST.
Cosmic background radiation is a riot.
So hopefully you'll join me for the premiere. And aside from that, I hope you had a good time, and I hope you have a great night. And with that being said, I will talk to you all in the next one. Take care, everybody.